Welcome into day 5 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. The venue is Odaiba Marine Park in downtown Tokyo. The sport is triathlon, a sport that made its Paralympic debut in 2016. 4 races for you today. The men and women first up in the PTWC class. Following that, it'll be the men's and women's race in the PTS5. Very warm still in Tokyo, 28 degrees, high humidity. But one thing that we certainly noticed this morning is there is just a little bit more of a breeze than what we saw 24 hours ago. This should be a simply wonderful day of racing, an opportunity for more athletes to carve their niche in triathlon's rich history.
4 medal events. We have defending Paralympic champions. We have the women's wheelchair race for the first time in para-triathlon here in Tokyo. There's the full schedule. The men's and women's PTS5 will be returning after a successful event in Rio, where triathlon made its debut 5 years ago now.
Our athletes today will have a 750-metre swim. Now, we will use triathlon terminologies. The bike is 20 kilometres, but they will do that on the hand cycle for our first category of athletes. The run leg, which they will do in wheelchairs, is 5 kilometres, 4 laps of 1.25. So if you do often hear us referring still to the run leg, yes, the athletes will be in a wheelchair for that, but just using those triathlon terminologies. And again, still very idyllic, just 1 lap on that swim, which will certainly be interesting. But transition's going to be so important today.
It really is. And in the first 2 races, the PTWC, you'll see that the athletes will have designated handlers. So on cue, there we go. We've got the handlers labelled up for the nations, and they will work closely with the athletes in their training and in their domestic races as well as at international level. And they're basically, well, the job is on the bib to help the athlete transition from one chair to the next and from the swim into their day chair. They then, some of the athletes will wheel themselves to their racing chair to get through the transition.
About to have the introduction of the athletes now, 10 in this men's field. And our first athlete is 35 years of age from Tunisia, and that is Fatih Azawi on debut. Next, it will be 36 years of age from Japan, and that is Kimura Junpei, 10th in Rio, 7th at the World Championships in 2019. And here he is, the man who won a bronze medal in the H5 road race back in 2016, 30 years of age, Jets Platt. Kurt Skipper, one of the 2 athletes out of the Netherlands on the start line today. And we've got Nick Beveridge out of Australia. He was 9th in Rio. And then the man from Austria, Florian Brungraber, 3rd at the European Champs in 2019, 36 years of age. And then the man who won a bronze medal in this event back in Rio 2016, 50 years of age now, Giovanni Akenza. His fellow countryman Pier Alberto Bucalero is our next athlete, 8th at the World Championships in 2019. And Ahmed Andalusi of France, 5th at the World Champs in 2019. And then it will be Alexandra Pavica, 6th at the most recent World Championships. So a very good field indeed, and that means 10 of the very best.
Following the men, we'll introduce our female athletes. A lovely smile there from Eva Maria Moral Pedrero, 39 years of age. Following her, Mona Franci, European bronze medalist a couple of years ago. Coming out thick and fast now, Margaret Gemma from the Netherlands. looking to go one better than her European performance. 2 silvers there. Lauren Parker is the woman that all these women will be wanting to beat, though. She is the world champion coming into this event. Her fellow countrywoman, Kendall Gretsch, 3-time world champion. Could be a very close race between the 2 Australians.
Number 108 from Brazil, Jessica Ferreira.
So Kendall Gretsch representing the United States. Then we had Brenda Osnia Alvarez from Mexico. Emily Tapp was the Australian. Jessica Ferreira representing Brazil. Rita Kokura of Italy. And then for the home crowd to get excited, Shujida Wakako competing in her 5th Paralympic Games.
We have talked about some of the handlers, and we saw yesterday amongst our athletes with a visual impairment, the great American athlete Andy Potts acting as a pilot, other athletes of note. Tim Don, former world triathlon champion, out there today helping. Laura Siddell, a British Ironman athlete with great success, living in New Zealand, also acting in that handler role. So great to see athletes who have competed at the highest level out here helping these athletes, as we do just confirm the stagger here today. As you can see, some athletes' impairment is much greater than others. Thus, we will have a 3-minute, 8-second timing handicap to ensure that it is a level playing field. Now, just to run through PTWC1 and PTWC2. The C1 athletes, most impaired wheelchair users. Athletes must use a recumbent hand cycle on the bike course and a racing wheelchair on the run segment. Includes athletes with comparable activity limitation and an impairment of, but not limited to muscle power, limb deficiency, hypertonia, ataxia, and athetosis.
PTWC, we got Jets Platt, 30 years of age. He is incredible. He won the Paralympic Games back in 2016. Jets skipper from the Netherlands as well. Ahmed Andalusi from France and Giovanni Acenza from Italy at 50 years of age today.
So just going through their final pre-race protocols, and boy, I tell you what, they look very, very relaxed, don't they? But I would imagine internally, like most athletes, doesn't matter what level you're at, there will be a high level of nerves.
Well, we can see 2 separate groups here, and that's because there is a split within the field according to their disability, and those who have the more severe impairment will be setting off 4 minutes and 4 seconds ahead in the men's event. When it comes to the women's, there'll be a slightly larger gap. We'll cover that when the women start, but the men will be starting 1 minute ahead of the women, so we'll have a sort of staggered start, and then within their categories there's that handicap time as well. So we'll have 4 waves to watch, so to speak, but it'll all become clear as the competition unfolds and those categories come back together throughout the swim, the bike and the run.
You'll notice that some of the athletes too have the wetsuit leggings. That is just to allow them that level of buoyancy. Clearly, a large part of their impairment is from the waist down, and swimming it is about hydrodynamics and not creating drag, which makes the swim very challenging for these remarkable athletes. .750 metres, 1 lap. Those athletes starting a minute later in the women's side, and then those second group of men starting 3 minutes, 8 seconds back. They will have the benefit of watching this first group of swimmers going and then deciding if there are in fact any environmental factors that they need to consider. Now, we have just been told there is a 1 minute delay to the start.
Just to clarify, I actually got the times. I was talking about the women's. So the women's time difference will be 4:04. The men's, it'll be 3:08. So we can see the men sat there waiting. They will be going first off, and then the second group, who have a less severe handicap, will be going 3 minutes and 8 seconds after them. But 1 minute after them, it will be the women, the first wave of the women, and those with less impairment will be going 4 minutes and 4 seconds after.
So Nick Beveridge there of Australia, number 125. 121 closest to camera is Fatih Zalki of Tunisia on debut at the Paralympics. 2 French athletes, Andalusi and Alexandra Bavitsa. Well, all the work's been done. 5 years in the waiting, another further minute delay. The athletes now entering the water, very warm conditions.
Well, due to the split, you can't see it quite so obviously, but in the men's race, we've got 3 countries with 2 athletes. So an impressive lineup for France, Italy and the Netherlands.
So, start so important. Set for a start. Paralympics, Tokyo 2020. The men's PTWC. Gold, silver and bronze up for grabs. And we are underway now, and we will see it really high arm turnover initially. These swimmers will be wanting to get out nice and quick, trying to get some clear water. And for perhaps those swimmers that are not as strong, they'll be looking immediately to try and get directly behind the swimmer in front of them and use what we call a drag coefficient and hopefully get towed around the course. But immediately, it is the Australian swimmer by the looks of it, Nick Beveridge, who's looked to try and go clear. And automatically you see that diamond formation, 1 swimmer out in front, 2 behind, 3 behind that group of 2 and so on. But you want to try and get alongside another swimmer. Get on their hip if you can, or preferably directly behind them as we go back now for the start of the women's race.
The countdown is on for our first wave of women in the PTWC. The first time this event has been held at the Paralympic Games, and they are off. It'll be another 4 minutes, 4 seconds until the remaining women will be chasing down this first group. And again, we can see a strong start coming from one swimmer in particular. It looks like it could be the green and gold of Australia.
Well, they're great swimmers, the Australians, aren't they? Their whole climate is conducive everywhere you go in Australia. They've got outdoor 50-metre pools everywhere. They grow up by the ocean, so it doesn't surprise you that it is Australia, by the looks of it, leading both the men's and women's races. We should just say, too, so we've got PWC 1 on the start line and PWC 2. So the C1 category is most impaired wheelchair users, PWC 2 least impaired wheelchair users. So just a difference in terms of the severity of their impairment, and thus, just to even it out, there is that stagger between the 2 athletes and that time handicap.
Well, you can see already there's a much more of a sort of spread in the field for the women's event there. You can see from that great headshot, and I think it's Lauren Parker leading out the swim at the moment in the women's. The men's were looking more grouped as the second wave of men get ready to go. 3 minutes, 8 seconds, the gap that they've had to leave before they're allowed to go. We can just see the cap of Jetsplat in the foreground there.
Pier Alberto Bucalero of Italy. And one of the problems when you've got a smaller field is you don't quite get the bunch dynamics in the swim that you'll get in a lot larger races, and therefore if you are not such a good swimmer, you've got to work that much harder early on to try and get directly behind another swimmer, on behind the feet of another swimmer, so that you can make the most of that 10 to 15% drag coefficient, we call it. That is energy you don't have to use. You will get sucked along. So underway for our second group. These are the athletes in the PWC2. And really nice immediate stroke. Really good looking swimming stroke here from Gert Schipper of the Netherlands. Look at that, just nice and relaxed. Good distance per stroke, good technical swimmer. Then you see just to his left, contrasting style, much higher arm turnover. But primarily it's about what happens underneath the water with the catch.
Well, the lead, though, coming from the defending Paralympic champion, Jets Platt, is putting the marker down straight away, and he's just left the rest of the field in his wake. They're not able to get onto his hips or his feet to take advantage of that. And that could have been a tactical surge from the start.
Well, the scary thing about Platt, he's clearly a very good swimmer, but he has also medalled in Rio in the hand cycle road race, so he is going to be a real danger, and they're going to have to try and stay in touch. But this is a really, really good example of just these athletes having to lift their head every 2 to 3 strokes. They have to do the sighting. There's no black line to follow. There are no lane ropes clearly, so there's a whole lot more dynamics at play here. Sighting so important, having the right set of goggles.
Kendall Gretsch looking focused, goggles on. Just a group of 3 who are the PTWC2 in the women's class. And it's a long wait as they just see the rest of the field get that 4 minutes, 4-second start. That's going to be a big gap. They're going to be working their way to close throughout this next 3 events.
Good to see Chisida of Japan there. Lovely to have the home country being represented in these events. They picked up 2 medals yesterday on day 1 of the triathlon program.
Well, these 3 will find it hard to work together with such a small group, but it does look as though we might see a pair maybe swimming together, finding their rhythm and taking advantage of a little bit of the draft, or at least just less effort with sighting if you've got somebody else, 2 pairs of eyes looking up to the boy.
Yeah, this is a really good example here. So they're going to take this right-hand turn for them. We just see the Australian swimmer out in front coming around that marker. You can actually just put some little surges in and just try and drop that swimmer directly behind you, and you've got to be concentrating so much. And if the bunches are slightly bigger and you tend to get a few more different lines, really important that you're breathing both sides. That's not the case here for number 127 on the back, Giovanni Kenza of Italy. He is just having to follow 1 set of feet, but you've always got to be environmentally aware of what is happening around you, making sure that you're not missing a train of swimmers going down one side, on the side that you're not breathing. But you just see this here, lifting his head every second stroke at the moment. And one of the dangers is that when you do lift your head, you tend to, a bit like a seesaw, you'll tend to drop your hips a bit more, and that can create a bit of drag.
Well, Lauren Parker is looking very comfortable indeed. She's got a nice rhythm with her stroke. It's just leaving the rest of the field with a lot of work to do at these early stages. She's come in as arguably one of the favourites, if not the favourite, and she's certainly swimming as though she is.
It's remarkable what they're doing, considering that their impairment doesn't really allow them at all to use their legs, and so they're basically dragging their legs. That's why you'll see some of the athletes with the rubber wetsuit on, just to try and keep the hips a bit higher. So we just go back here and have a look at some of the wonderful images. I wonder how many times they've practiced this in training. And that's just an example of how gladiatorial it can be at times. Not intentional, but you do have to hold your nerve.
Well, with the water being so warm here in Odeba Bay, the athletes are obviously swimming in just their tri-suits. Some of them opting, like you said, for the wetsuits on their legs, but they're not allowed to have wetsuits on their body, and that will make a difference for all swimmers. Just gives you less buoyancy, and majority of the races on the World Triathlon Series will be in colder water, so the athletes will be quite used to swimming in wetsuits, and this does make it much harder. Really
nice example here of drafting, using the swimmer in front of you to try and close the gap. So we've got Nick Beveridge of Australia, number 125, and really smart racing here from Giovanni Akenza, because he's not having to use quite as much energy. He probably has the ability to swim alongside of him. Why do that? Drop back, get the drag, save 5 to 10% energy, bank that and use it for the later two parts of this triathlon. But certainly idyllic conditions. Nothing really there to suggest that they've got to adjust their stroke. Sometimes in choppier water, you'll see swimmers shorten up a little bit. But swimming is what we call a taught sport, so it's governed by good technique. And I'll use this throughout the morning, and I always liken it to a golf swing. You can play all the golf in the world you want, but unless you've got a good swing or good technique, you're not going to shoot a low score, and swimming's the same. You can be swim fit, but if you don't have good technique, you won't be swim fast. And very, very hard to pick up swimming later in life. All about flexibility. And that's why you'll see a lot of young kids at 10 and 11 getting in the pool and just absolutely destroying adults. And yet, if you're an adult taking on a 10 or 11-year-old in the sport of, say, running or cycling, you'll probably beat the youngster not swimming. Go back to the front of the women's race.
Well, we are seeing that wonderful technique. Breathing on the right-hand side, and she's got, Lauren Parker has a rhythm with that, just lifting her goggles ever so, her eyes ever so slightly to sight. You can see it's so subtle, it's part of the stroke and doesn't really affect the rhythm when she does just glance ahead to check that she's on course. And it's a matter of finding the right timing. You don't want to be lifting your head too much because it does take more energy and slows you down, but you also obviously don't want to be swimming off course.
Yeah, lovely aerial shot here. You can just sort of see that distance per stroke. And so what you're trying to do is lengthen out your stroke. You don't want to be too short. You'll always see them much shorter at the start, just wanting to get a high arm turnover, just get out quickly, and then they look to lengthen out. And so you'll often hear swimmers using the term distance per stroke. And if you want to get an understanding of what we mean by that, go into your local swimming pool, maybe swim 2 lengths of 25 metres, take your time that you swim for that, 50 metres in total, add up the number of strokes. So you might do 50 seconds, might do 50 strokes, give yourself a score of 100, and then try and reduce it by 2 each time. And you'll always find that you'll be able to reduce it more and more by lengthening your stroke out versus trying to swim quicker. So this is coming towards the end of the 750 metre swim. Very, very good swim indeed from Nick Beveridge, Giovanni Arkenza of Italy. But this is the hardest part. So they're lying down in the horizontal, non-weight-bearing sport. Suddenly they're going to have to get into a vertical position, and it will become weight-bearing, and the heart rate will go up just that little bit more. And great to see the handlers here. This is going to be critical in terms of the overall context of this race. You can see that the handlers very, very well rehearsed, very well practiced. That is fantastic. And so from here, they will go through transition to their hand cycles.
We are using the day chairs for the transition, and it's quite tough here because there's this ramp up, so that's where the handlers are allowed to assist up the ramp. Otherwise, they have to be self-propelled through. And then transition really does become key, but they will have spent many hours, many days practicing going through this.
So you can just have a look there. Great to see Kimura of Japan just 22 seconds back out of that swim.
We'll start to see the second group closing a little bit from the swim, and they are expected to continue to close throughout the hand cycle and the running wheelchair race section.
Yeah, for a lot of the athletes too, the swimming is probably the area that, well, if you come from a swimming background, you're probably enjoying. If you're not, you're thinking, right, my strengths lie over the next two legs, as we see Beveridge out on the hand cycle, and this is just an extraordinary piece of engineering. These machines, incredibly tough, a lot of work through the triceps, biceps. They'll have gears, and so they will be able to control the power side of it. Clearly going up the hill, they'll be wanting to be in an easier gear, and therefore you'll see a much higher turnover of the arms. Not dissimilar to what you see on the cycle leg of a triathlon, it's all about cadence, the number of times you're turning those hand levers over, or in the case of a standard road bike, the number of times you're turning the cranks over.
You'll notice if we look at the times there, we've got Jetse Platt just 57 seconds off the lead. And remember, he started over 3 minutes behind those leaders. So he's already closed a 2-minute gap just from the swim. So expect to see him pretty close to the front of the pack early on. This is fellow countryman. Jetse Platt.
Yeah, he is the defending champion, won that gold medal in 2016. But the scary thing is, he's also a world champion in the hand cycling division of the road cycling program.
Well, our first woman out, Lauren Parker, just through transition and out into a hand cycle already. And look at that lead. She's got a 1:42 lead on Jema from the Netherlands. I mean, that is a huge swim for the Australian. Third out of the water, Morel Padero. 2-minute deficit behind Parker. Can she close any of that on the hand cycle? She's got to get through transition first. So you can see the white line here. The handlers can help once the chairs are past that, up the hill. And then after the white line on the other side, they've got to get themselves to their transition. And when the handlers are allowed to assist again.
Yeah, really great to see the handlers. From what we've seen, you know, very even. Everybody technically really, really sound in terms of the requirements of the athletes. Some work to be done though. Outstanding swim from Parker. Jema 1:42 back. Out onto the course. Here we go.
Lauren Parker is a phenomenal athlete. She was an elite triathlete before an accident. It was actually an accident whilst out training for an Ironman. She had a double blowout, so both front and rear wheel tyre punctures. But just 11 months after that accident, she was competing at the home Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast. She managed to win the bronze medal, which is just quite incredible.
Yeah, 3 years later, she's only going to get stronger and stronger, because this is a remarkable skill set in itself. As we go here and have a look at number 127, and this is Giovanni Akenza, and he had a brilliant swim, the Italian.
Well, we saw Akenza, pacing himself so well on the hips or the feet of Nick Beveridge. And it looks as though he's used that to his advantage. And
I'm just not sure what's happened to Nick Beveridge at the moment, just our timing system here. He hasn't come up through transition just yet, so we'll have to see if we can get an update. So we might be at the front of the race here with the Italian. Bronze in Rio 5 years ago. He would love to go to the highest step on the podium. And look at the aerodynamics here. Carbon fibre wheels, as light as they can make it within the regulations. Incredibly aerodynamic. Huge amount of core strength required just through the abdomen.
well, opting for a time trial aero helmet as well. And there's a bit of a debate amongst the athletes as to whether to go for more of a vented helmet, like we're seeing here, that Platt has chosen for, which is obviously going to help you keep your head a little bit cooler and allow some of that heat to escape in these hot conditions, but doesn't have quite as many aerodynamic benefits as the full aero helmet that we could see used by the Italian.
Yeah. Look, I think in these conditions, go with comfort first and foremost. But look, it's like anything. This is a dress rehearsal. Practice and training what you hope to do on race day. If it's the aero helmet, and you can tolerate it from a body temperature point of view in extreme conditions, then go with it. Just don't do things differently on race day. Don't train one way and then turn up and do things differently. And that's right through your training, right through to your nutrition, and everybody will have a slightly different mix in terms of their hydration systems. Might have electrolyte fluid in there, might just have water, might have something with a bit of a caffeine kick in it.
Just slightly overshooting the corner there, Akenza, and a little shake of the head. I wonder if that was just to himself to say, you know, remember the course. We know you've got a few 180s to come up. You need to be positioning yourself correctly going into the turn so you can keep as much of the momentum, much of that speed through it, and come out the other side ready to get back in your rhythm.
Yeah, fascinating that he's just got that straw constantly in the mouth as well. That's not an easy thing to do when your heart rate's really, really high and you're just trying to regulate your breathing, and you're at the same time trying to get that fluid in. So again, it's another thing. Practice how to drink and eat under duress. Really easy sometimes to drink and eat when you're just out there training and doing everything in an aerobic state, i.e. when you're comfortable. Not as easy when suddenly it's race day, you got the nerves. As we go back and have a look at our defending champion. Yeah, it's Platt of the Netherlands. So he'll be starting to make his move. Look at his handling skills. Just takes that apex beautifully and then back up to full speed out of that corner, out of that turn.
Well, I think if we notice those two corners, that was not a long pause between Akenza and Platt going through that bend. I wonder if we will start to see Platt in our picture. There we do. We see him just chasing. He'll have his eyes locked on the Italian now, and he'll be closing that gap. He's already closed. He was a minute back out of the swim, and I think it's less than a minute, quite significantly already.
Yeah, he does look like there that he is pushing a slightly harder gear too. He's a strong man. And so on a standard road bike, you'll see the cluster on the back wheel, or that set of little chain rings on the back here. It's clearly directly in front of them. It's almost a bit of reverse engineering from your standard road bike to what we've seen here for these hand cycles. It's a great example of it. Just like a standard road bike, they will choose their gear selection. They'll know whether there's somebody who prefers a harder gear or they prefer to have the arms turning over a lot quicker, i.e. being in a slightly easier gear. But that gap is changing, isn't it? Just 13 seconds now, game on.
Yeah, that's a huge amount that Platt has managed to close in just one lap. We've got 4 laps in total for the bike. I think there's going to be a lead change in the next lap or two, certainly before they change over into their racing chairs.
And if we do hear us using the terminologies, clearly they are on hand cycles, but we will still use a lot of those triathlon terminologies like the bike leg, the run leg, which of course they'll be using on wheelchairs. So good still from Kimura of Japan, just a minute 3 back, beginning to make his move as well. So Nick Beveridge has just come up now on our timing. So he currently sits in 4th place. He led out of the swim, but I just wonder whether he might have had a bit of a technical difficulty because he didn't register out of transition initially. He's certainly back out there racing. And so Beveridge through the first lap of the bike was 22 minutes 29 seconds. Akenza, who's at the front of this race, was 21 minutes and 5. So Nick Beveridge round about a minute 20 back.
Well, we've just seen a lead change at the front. We knew it was going to happen. I don't think we expected it to happen quite so soon. Jesse Platt has now just gone into the lead. He's flown past Giovanni Akenza without even a glance. And our new race leader is not going to be looking back.
No, you can just see that It's Platt. He's just pushing just that slightly bigger gear. Just doesn't quite appear to be quite the same torque on that chain from the Italian. Now, no drafting. Now, if they allow drafting, he could potentially try and get his front wheel directly behind this man here and sort of get dragged along like you see in road cycling. But no drafting on this bike course. They will have technical officials out. But what an athlete. Simply remarkable. He looks comfortable too. Go back to the front of the women's race and give you an update on that shortly.
Well, the gold helmet in gold medal position. Lauren Parker, dominant force in the women's para-triathlon wheelchair racing. She is just showing her class at the moment, just going up the ramp at the start of lap number 2. She hasn't seen any other competitors since the start. She led out on the swim.
Yeah, she's competed at a paracycling at a national level in Australia. She took up triathlon in 2008 under coach Aaron Lean at Multisport Solutions in Australia. And she transitioned into triathlon after her accident in 2017. And her ambition was to compete at the 2024 and 2028 Paralympics. Well, here she is competing in Tokyo 2020. But a great philosophy. Every day is different. On a Monday, I start off with a bike session, a couple of hours, then I have a break. Then I'll do a midday session, normally a swim, and then in the late afternoon, a gym session or another bike session. So that's on a Monday, and then Tuesday, well, she's got run sessions, swim sessions, and so on. I tell you what, you've got to have a really good support network of family and friends, because this can be a really, really selfish sport at times, and all these athletes understand the importance of the team behind them.
We've got one of our chasing women coming into shot. 2 of our chasing women. 1:03. That's Margaret Ejima from the Netherlands. She's just being trailed by Morel Padero. That was still 1, 2, 3 in the positions they came out of the swim. So no changes in the top 3 in the women's order after 1 lap of the hand cycle. I'll take that back. We just had an update, and it's Kendall Gretsch who has come through. We didn't see her in the top 3 out of the swim, but she is now in 2nd position after just 1 lap. And it's Ejima and Morel Padero who have moved down 1 position, so they've been pushed down to 3rd and 4th respectively. Gretsch, though, after not the strongest of swims, is having a great start to this middle leg.
Certainly got the fire in the eyes, hasn't she, Gretsch? She is absolutely really looking to try and bridge that gap to Parker. She looks the busiest of these athletes during this hand cycle leg. If you have just joined us, 20 kilometres, 4 laps of 5 kilometres. Back to the front. This is our leading woman.
You're talking about the team around an athlete. Lauren Parker is actually part of the Bahrain Endurance Professional Triathletes team, so gets a lot of support through the network of that, also the funding that comes with that. So she very much trains as though she is a full-time professional athlete and dedicates her life to triathlon.
Just go back here, so just a bit of a crash, so that's no good, but hopefully the officials doing everything they can to see if they can correct it. Just see that front wheel there, boy, that's some real damage done on the front of that. Let's just hope that TAP of Australia is okay. Great to have just wonderful risk management on the course here in Japan, but that is just some of the dangers travelling at such speeds.
Well, the athletes just being made sure that they avoid that corner. We've got some sharp corners on this bike course. A couple of 180-degree turns on each lap and 4 laps in total. And these hand cycles are really difficult to manoeuvre. Such a long wheelbase. Just a one wheel at the front.
Back to the front of the men's race, and the defending champion taking control, looking to go back-to-back. Won it gold in 2016, 5 years later. A real disappointment here for Tap. Boy, tough, long wait, and then you just don't quite get the corner right, and suddenly your race is over. But it also just shows too that just how light these frames are. It doesn't take much to damage them, and it's just trying to get that balance right between the engineering side of it and then also making sure that the athletes are not carrying too much weight, and that's why they do have minimum weight categories on these bikes, so that safety is not compromised by athletes trying to make their equipment too light.
Leslie Alvarez being chased down at the moment by Mona Francis. But they've got some work to do to close on the leaders in the women's event.
So, Jets Platt, 30 years of age, born in Amsterdam. His coach is Floris Guzenen. His other hobbies are swimming, motocross, his education and technical studies.
You can see just how low to the ground, how close Platt's elbows are to the ground on every arm revolution. He's got himself in the most aerodynamic position possible. His head just high enough to be able to see over that front wheel.
The Italian, who has had a very, very good race so far, Giovanni Kenza, currently still sitting in second place, the Italian. And Kenza, well, he won a bronze in Rio, so he's looking to try and go one, if not two better. He's an experienced campaigner, and do not underestimate the benefit of already having had Paralympic experience. Events like this are so much greater than the sum of their parts. You can turn up to a lot of World Championship type events, World Cup events, but you don't get the Games Village, you don't get the media scrutiny. There is a huge amount of hype, peripheral things that you have to deal with at the Paralympics, and that can impact athletes on debut. So you see that front chain ring, that'll have a certain number of teeth on it. And the standard road bike, it's around about 53. I'm not sure what sort of, how big that chain ring is directly in front of them is, but it could be anywhere from 38 to 50. So the number of teeth is allocated a number, and then they've got the little chain rings on the front, and they normally start, the smallest one's normally got 11 teeth, and then the next one 12 teeth, 13 teeth, 14 teeth, what they call a straight block, and that's how you get your gear ratios. You'll hear cyclists talking about, I was in a 53-11, which means they were in their hardest gear, big chain ring on the front, smallest cog at the back. And these tricycles set up exactly the same, but they will probably have slightly different gear ratios, because you're not going to be able to push as big a gear with your biceps and triceps as you are perhaps with your quadriceps on a standard road bike.
Do you know what? I've actually had the pleasure of witnessing Jetse Platt in, performing live at the Super League Triathlon, and he was, a lot of people were gathered round at the end of his race. He was pushing out 300 watts with his arms. Yeah,
300 watts. So watts is the measure these days of power. And you'll see he's got a little computer right there, and he'll be writing to wattage. So what that means is that how much power he is putting through those hand cranks, or the equivalent of pedals. And that is a more accurate measure, because watts don't vary based on road surface or wind conditions. the full wattage came along, you'd look at your average speed, you'd work out your heart rate, and you'd have to do this sort of mathematical equation. And to give you an example, you can be pushing 300 watts into a headwind and doing 20 kilometres an hour. You push 300 watts on a smooth road with a tailwind, and you might be doing 45 kilometres an hour, but the amount of energy that you were using is exactly the same in doing that. And that's why it's been a game changer.
Well, to give you a context of the power that Platt is putting through his arms, that's going to be more than some of the professional men are cycling through, the triathletes with their legs. And think of the size of your quadriceps and your hamstrings compared to your biceps and your triceps. It just shows the sheer power of that man.
Giovanni Kenza. Now, he's got 2 daughters. He's a bricklayer by trade. Represented Italy in paracycling. Competed at the Road World Championships in 2009, 2010, 2011. And he missed out on making the team for the Paralympic Games in 2012. He wanted a challenge, and so he decided to take up the sport of triathlon, and he hasn't looked back. Bronze medal in 2016 as he just goes past one of our female competitors, but back to the front of the women's race.
Well, this at the moment is a dominant performance. Lauren Parker at her first Paralympic Games, the first time this category for the women has been included, and she set her sights on it as soon as she entered into the sport of para-triathlon. She's progressed up through this sport, a bronze at the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast at home, the home country of Australia. She went on then to get 1 position at the World Championships, where she won the silver the same year, and then became world champion in 2019. But this woman, Kendall Gretsch, has actually closed that gap, 2:01 after 2 laps. She's still got a lot of work to do after the deficit from the swim, but she's slowly eating away at that gap. She's been a 3-time world champion, but her most recent success was 2016. She then lost the title the year after to Emily Tapp, who we sadly saw crash out earlier on. So the World Championship title has basically been divided between the USA and Australia in the last 7 years in this women's event.
So Liedma of the Netherlands, taking plenty of fluid on board. Just sort of see too, just that level of fatigue. A little bit flushed through the face as expected. Heart rate is high. Huge amount of concentration required. They've done, coming up to having completed almost 2 laps, so they'll have a pretty good idea now of what the wind is doing out on the course, the gears they need to be starting to use coming into different corners. They'll be more familiar with it. And that's what the smart athletes will do. They'll use the first lap on these multi-lap courses to do a bit of an environmental scan. When am I going to have that wind behind me? When is it going to be a crosswind or possibly a headwind? And then starting to make your gear changes accordingly, the way you take particular turns or corners, it starts to become a lot more automatic through laps 2, 3 and 4.
Well, there's confirmation completing the second lap, so halfway through the hand cycle. 3 minutes 50 behind the leader, Lauren Parker. And we just got a glimpse of the results from Morel Pereiro, who's also completed her second lap, 10 seconds behind J-Mac.
Well, Jets Platt went through the lap 3 of the bike in a time of 36 minutes and 30 seconds. And he now has approximately about a 1.5 minute lead over Giovanni Kenza. Now remember, he also had that 3:08 time handicap because Platt is in the PWC2 class, which meaning that his level of impairment is not as severe as that of Giovanni Kenza. So he's taken back, what, almost 5 minutes from the start of the swim to having gone through 3 out of 4 laps on the bike. Remarkable athlete.
We'll have to see if Akenza can prevent that deficit from growing too much more. 125, the split there. Still sitting comfortably in second place, but he's lost over a minute to Platt since he overtook him on the start of that second lap.
I can also tell you too that Florian Brungraber of Austria is now moved into 3rd place. So very good performance from the Austrian, because he's been 3rd at the European Champs in 2019, but he perhaps doesn't bring the resume in terms of results that a number of the other athletes on the start line have. So really, really good performance coming from the Austrian, who took up the sport in 2013 at the age of 28. So at the moment, it is the Netherlands, Italy, and Austria in the medal positions, but we've still got a long way to go here on day 5 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games.
You'll notice here, you can just see the water bottle of Platt behind his head, so he's opted to actually take his hands off and have a break when he takes a drink, as opposed to some of the other athletes that we've seen with the hydration pack and the tube in their mouth. So it allows him to be able to maybe get air in that much more easily, but it does mean he has to pause to take that drink.
But this is what we talked about. He'll know now at what point on the course he can do that. If I've got a tailwind behind me in a long stretch or slight downhill, I've got a little bit of a room to be able to reach back,
we did
grab
get a
that drink bottle.
glimpse of him taking that drink on the descent earlier on. And yeah, he will have analysed this course, like you say. They would have had a chance to do course recce's beforehand. They would have a very strict strategy planned out.
But we noticed this morning, arriving at the race ourselves, that there was certainly more wind here today than there was yesterday. We didn't see it so much in the swim. Really, it was a pretty clean, honest, really idyllic conditions. But there will be a breeze out here for this hand cycle leg, and then for the wheelchair, or in triathlon, the run leg for these athletes.
You'd imagine the wind will have a bit more of an effect as well on the racing chairs than it will on the hand cycles. They're just that bit higher, far less aerodynamic in those chairs compared to these, which have a very low centre of gravity.
I'll tell you what, Jets Platt, I'd like to see him in the America's Cup, which is the premier event in sailing, where you've got the grinders, because I think he'd be a brilliant grinder. So much power, and such a key part of yacht racing these days.
Well, Netherlands, nice as Japan here, representing the home nation. Shushida Wakaku competing at so many Paralympic Games. She really is a bit of a legend in the sport and was a flag bearer in the opening ceremony.
One of the real changes too, just looking at the bike setup here, is there's been this real shift in terms of air pressure in the tyres. Used to, historically, you wanted your tyres rock hard, around 120 psi, sometimes even more. And your tyres were, say, no more than about 23 mils across, a lot of the time even 19 to 22 mils. But through road cycling, through science, through a lot of testing, and it sounds really counterintuitive, it just doesn't seem to make sense, but it works, is that wider tyres now, 25 mil, and a lot less air in them. And what it does is you don't have as much, the body doesn't absorb as many shocks, and therefore you're not as fatigued, but also they do roll better at a lower air pressure. And so that has been the real shift. And it's really, really hard to get your head around, and I do encourage people to maybe Google it, because I've got to say, air pressure in tyres is not my forte. There we go.
like we mentioned. So using that downhill, it's a little pause, almost a little bit of a rest, and not losing much in the way of speed. But it's so key to keep on top of the hydration and the nutrition in these hot conditions.
Look at the way he's got his legs placed too there with those aerodynamic carbon cups. Just trying to grab a little bit here and a little bit there. You know, you can't always control your physiology. You can't always control, you know, your DNA and the way you were born physically, but you can control a lot of other elements, i.e. the aerodynamics, the technology, clearly the training that you do. And so you've got to grab everything you can. And he's about to come off and complete the second leg. So that is an outstanding performance from the defending champion. Total time of 44 minutes 21. Now come into transition. Now his handlers will be here and he will now go into the wheelchair. This will require a different muscle group. Again, this is going to be a lot more about the triceps, the muscles directly behind the biceps here. And so the defending champion looking really, really good. And those specially handmade gloves.
Well, they are moulded to the athlete's hand. So look at that, having chance to acknowledge the crowd. This is how big the lead is from the defending champion. An absolute legend in the sport.
So from biceps to triceps, it's going to take a little bit of an adjustment, as we do see our second place getter, Giovanni Arkenza of Italy, third 5 years ago, not too far away from completing his 20-kilometre, and again we use that term, bike leg. It'll be a 4 laps, and again, going to use the terminology, triathlon terminology, 4 laps of the run course, clearly done in a very technical wheelchair for these athletes in this PTWC 1 and 2 categories.
Well, in a moment we'll see just how big the lead is that Jetse Platt has opened up as second place. Arkenza comes towards transition. I think it's a pretty significant gap by the way that Platt was waving to the crowd and had chance to take it all in.
Well,
give us a bit of a sign of the confidence of the Dutchman.
Yeah, and I think he's just psychologically just done so much damage to the rest of this field already. You do just wonder whether Arkenza, Florian Brungraber, Fatih Skawi of Tunisia, who are currently 3rd and 4th, and Kimura of Japan, I wonder whether they already think, hey, you know what, we're racing for 2nd and 3rd at the moment because Platt is just that good. So we have seen Arkenza, his time coming in is 46.33. So there is a difference there of just over 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 10 seconds there or thereabouts is the difference between first and second. So you can see the clock just ticking down there. That'll stop when he gets to a certain point in the transition. Great job being done by the handlers. Fantastic. A little bit of encouragement. And now the man who's making the big move, the Austrian. We haven't seen a lot of him. Florian Brungraber. Game on for 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Now, you can see there that he is in the PTWC2, so he has a little bit more movement, but if you have just joined us, that was evened out by the fact that they started 3 minutes and 8 seconds back over those athletes in the C1 category whose level of impairment is greater. So, if you're sitting there going, this athlete here appears to have a little bit more mobility than perhaps Giovanni Arkenza, the Italian, had, that has been sorted out through the swim. Some athletes starting 3 minutes and 8 seconds back.
Well, now they've transitioned into the chairs and we've got the top 3 out on the course. I'm not sure anyone's going to be able to close on the race leader in that men's event. Jetse Platt, just another league. Arkenza will have to really give it everything because it looks as though Brungraber closing that gap, or at least did on the cycle leg.
Yeah, Florian Brungraber.
But technique obviously involved as well in these 2 different disciplines, and it'll be interesting to see if things can change as they head out on their racing wheelchairs. And the women Lauren Parker having an equally dominant performance. She comes towards the end of her hand cycle phase.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because naturally you're going to get reasonably good aerodynamics on these hand cycles, but come to the wheelchair side of it, the run equivalent, that is when you've really got to set your wheelchair up aerodynamically. But boy, she looks fantastic, the American, doesn't she? Really, really just been so consistent, really high arm turnover there, what we call cadence, revolutions per minute.
Gretsch has opted for the full aero helmet, but going for the sunglasses, so just allowing a little bit more air to come in around the face to try to keep a feeling of breeze and a little cooling effect. The helmet Lauren Parker's using is something in the middle. It's sort of an aero road helmet, so it's got more aerodynamic advantage than a normal road helmet, but it's not the full aero helmet, so you get more ventilation. You can see those two ventilation slots at the top of hers. So kind of going midway, potentially a wise choice in these hot conditions.
Interesting, Parker here looks like she is just pushing that slightly harder gear. It doesn't seem to have quite the same high arm turnover as we've just seen from the American, but again, that just simply could be because of the part of the course that she's on at the moment, which allows you to push a slightly bigger gear. Could have a tailwind behind her, could be on a slight descent. And there's not necessarily a right or a wrong. It'll be based on your physiology and also the way you do train. But high-tech machines, a lot of testing in the lab, a lot of engineering going into their setups.
You'll notice that Parker does have a very deep section front wheel, deeper than we've seen some of the other chairs, so that'll add to those aerodynamic gains, not really adding any weight, even though it might look like it. These wheels are so light, and the thicker the wheel, the more aerodynamic advantage you get from it. She's really opted for a pretty thick front wheel there.
Yeah, dangerous on a windy day. You don't want to have too much deep carbon because it'll act as a bit of a sail, but that's not the case for these conditions. A really nice wheel choice from her. They'll often grab a couple of wheels in transition too, and you can turn up, it can be really nice the day before and you think this is the wheel setup we're going to have, and then the next day can turn up really, really windy, really blustery, and you've got to make a pretty quick decision. Really nice look at the gear setup there. So she's in that small chain ring, almost the smallest chain ring, or third or fourth back up. So she's in a reasonably hard gear there. She's not in her hardest, and she's now just changed into an easier gear. You just see that. So that front set of chain rings, the biggest one on the front is the easiest gear. The smallest one on the front is the hardest gear. And then you've got that range through the middle.
Well, here she comes into the transition area. She'll be mentally going through the process of that transition. Gets the flag, she's come to a complete stop. And now she'll be thinking in her head of the exact process that she needs to go through to get into her racing chair as quickly as possible. Hydration tube out the way. Discards that, brakes on, and now the handler there to assist her. They will have done this routine many times before, deciding to leave the sunglasses behind. In a different position, so the head down, you don't want the glasses in the way of your vision.
No, and that's it too. Sweat starts to get into them, they can fog up. And actually, when you get fatigued too, sometimes you just want to get rid of things like watches and glasses. You can get a bit irritable. But again, you'll see that little power meter and just that little computer there sitting on her top tube. And again, aerodynamics now becomes important. You can just see the power that she's putting through those wheels with that little front wheel lifting. So, first female athlete onto the equivalent of the run course, 4 laps of 1.25 kilometres.
Well, it's important in this transition to be quick, but it's also important to make sure you're comfortable. When you're covering 5K, you want to make sure that everything is in place at the start, and maybe a few seconds longer. You just saw her adjusting that pillow just might take a few seconds there that you could potentially lose, but that a lot more than that can be gained if you are able to be comfortable and be able to put out the maximum power once you're out onto the race course.
Well, it is game on, because here comes Parker of the United States in second place. The clock is ticking.
Kendall Gretsch gets the flag. She's through. She has closed a little bit more since the swim. She's still got a significant amount of work to do, though, if she is going to eat up that lead set by Lauren Parker.
No, we understand it's about 1:46, the deficit. Hearing former Australian athlete Greg Welch on the PA system here. Greg, of course, the first non-Australian to win the Hawaii Ironman, former world champion himself. Great to have him along, adding his voice to what has been a remarkable 2 days of triathlon racing.
Well, that was a remarkably fast transition by Kendall Gretsch. The American team going wild in support. 1:20 now. It was well over 2 minutes, the gap after the swim. But Kendall Gretsch has just got 5K to see if she can find another minute and 20 seconds.
Well, that's just a great shot, isn't it? As we see our men's leader, our defending champion Platt. Look at the power there. Before I tell you, look, he looks like a butterfly swimmer. Just the lats, the big V-shaped body, big engine, big set of lungs. I'll tell you what, big heart, and a head like granite, because now these athletes are really starting to suffer. And it's the athlete who's prepared to hurt the most for the longest period of time, and generally the athletes that will come out on top. And now through one lap of the run leg. And we'll continue to use just that terminology. Yes, clearly they're in wheelchairs, but just showing the sport, and the athletes themselves refer to it as the run leg, just showing respect to the sport of triathlon.
Well, we have a change here in positions in the men's race. Florian Brungraber has overtaken the Italian Giovanni Akenza, being pushed down into third, and we thought that might happen. He'd been closing throughout the last couple of laps.
Yeah, so just... Yeah, we're about to see the pass here from third to second. So Akenza, well, he's going to have to hang tough here, the Italian. But it is Brungraber, whose highlight of his career so far is third at the European Championships. Imagine if he can grab himself a silver medal today, because I think it's pretty much sure that Platt of the Netherlands is going to go back-to-back and win another gold medal. But remarkable performance from Florian Brungraber, who is 36 years of age, trains 15 hours a week. Paragliding accident in 2011 resulted in him becoming a paraplegic. Like so many of these athletes, some really, really tough times in their life that they've had to overcome. And through the parasport movement, they've really found and rediscovered their identity, and boy, given them a real zest. And now we're not too far away from welcoming our Olympic champion. The man from the Netherlands is about to come down and go back-to-back in the men's PWC. 30 years of age. Remarkable athlete. Stand up, the nation of the Netherlands, because you have a national hero here. It's Platt. Wins Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics, in an absolutely dominant display. Simply remarkable.
Cruising across the line there, pausing to appreciate the support. He is a legend of this sport, and the supporters certainly are aware of what they just witnessed. Well, the race is on for the silver and the bronze.
Well, what a moment this will be for Florian Brungraber. 36 years of age, from Friestad, these days resides in Lusberg. From a paragliding accident back in 2011 to 10 years later, on the cusp of winning a silver medal at the Paralympics. The blue ribbon event for the sport of para-triathlon. And when you consider his greatest achievement was third at the European Championships, what a breakthrough performance. And what is going through his head? Just how emotional will he be? Great support out here on the streets of downtown Tokyo for our para-triathletes. He doesn't have too far to go. And then he will enjoy the accolades. He will enjoy the moment. A really, really special moment for him, his country, and his family. Man who started spontaneously racing at a triathlon event in Linz in 2014. After that, it was immediately clear to him that he really wanted to continue. Well, 2014, 7 years later, it will be a silver medal for the Austrian Florian Brungraber of Austria. And look at the emotion. What a moment. Outstanding. That is just simply brilliant.
What a very special moment for the team of Austria and for Florian Brungraber. He just steadily worked his way up through the field. Very consistent, paced to perfection.
It's great to see that emotion, isn't it? So much work, so much adversity, and they overcome it. The sport gives them that purpose. So it's the Netherlands, it's Austria. Now, what nation will pick up the bronze medal? Giovanni Arkenza, the bronze medalist from 5 years ago, in third place. Can he go back-to-back bronze medals? We've got a pretty good race going on at the front of the women's race. I understand it's around about 44 seconds now. We'll keep you updated on that as we wait for our third place finisher on the men's side. So United States versus Australia in the women's race, and we go back to the women's race.
Well, Kendall Gretsch has been closing consistently ever since the swim. And she is now having her eyes set on Lauren Parker. Lauren Parker has been the leader from the very moment the gun went just over an hour ago. Kendall Gretsch hasn't been on top of the podium at World Championship level for a few years. She was dominant back in 14, 15 and 16.
And here comes our bronze medalist. Man, he won bronze 5 years ago. Giovanni Arkenza, a father of two, a bricklayer by trade, and now he wins back-to-back Paralympic medals. It is Italy, third. Fantastic performance, and look how happy he is. That is outstanding. What makes this man so remarkable is he's 50 years of age, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
Now, what endurance in an athletic career. His arms are absolutely on fire. You can see the shakes, the muscle fatigue showing. And someone else whose arms will be burning right now, and she'll be trying to ignore that discomfort, that pain, pushing through it. Lauren Parker of Australia is getting ever closer to her very first Paralympic medal. She's been in that gold position. Can she maintain it?
And it'll be Schipper of the Netherlands who will come down in fourth place, Gert Schipper. So outstanding Netherlands first and fourth. And he just acknowledges that he's just been outclassed today by three very, very good athletes, but certainly 3 years from now, look out. Just giving you an update too, through 2 laps of this last leg of this triathlon, it was Parker of Australia 59.02, and then it was Kendall Gretsch 59.46. So we'll put the clock on here and just see if that time's come down even more. But it was 44 seconds, the difference, at the start of this lap.
Well, Parker has admitted that she's taken longer to gel with the race chair as opposed to the hand cycle. She's far more at home on the hand cycle, and this could be where Kendall Gretsch, who's got more experience of wheelchair racing, could be taking it to her advantage.
Wow, what a race. And I tell you what, the hurt now that is going on, we've talked about it, they are what I affectionately call in the hurt box. It is a dark place. It's a place few people know how to go to. And that time now, 26 seconds. Boy, what a race. 26 seconds and round about 2.5 kilometres remaining.
Well, that was the end of lap number 3. So I think it's just the final lap to
It
go.
is. My apologies.
Can Kendall Gretsch find 26 seconds in just one lap? Can Lauren Parker hold off Kendall Gretsch for 1.25 kilometres? It's going to come down to an incredibly close finish in this women's wheelchair race. Lauren Parker, the reigning world champion, is being chased down by the former world champion.
Great race now for 6th and 7th. Japan getting there. Kimura over Beveridge, who led out of the swim of Australia. And Delucy of France finishing in 5th. So, great performance from all of our men. But what a race developing at the front of the women's race. 1.25 kilometres, and it's about now, for our women, it's about now taking every apex, looking to try and cut every metre off that 1.25 kilometre lap. It's about concentration at this point for our women. Lose concentration, you're going to lose time. Wow, what a race.
Well, Parker just getting slightly blocked there, unintentionally, but just trying to find the way round, taking the wider line. And I think we just got a glimpse of Kendall Gretsch. We'll get a wide shot in a moment, but Parker just losing a little bit of time on that corner, and it could have been a sign of fatigue. She couldn't quite get past.
Well, Gretsch might have to go around the Canadian as well, so she's still got to negotiate the manoeuvre herself, but she's got her in her sights here. And this is just going to be one of the great finishes. Wow, Australia versus the United States, historically two powerhouses in the sport of women's triathlon. And now it's carrying through to the para-triathlon side of the sport. This is the Canadian athlete we're looking at.
That's Morel Pedero, who I think is just being lapped, was sitting in 3rd position, but the battle is for the gold. And there's 2 contenders right now, Lauren Parker, Kendall Gretsch. Kendall Gretsch will have the advantage. She'll be able to see Parker. She'll know how far up the road she is, and she's not very far up the road at all. The motorbike just in between them, and this is going to come down to the last 500 metres of a sprint finish at the end of this sprint triathlon.
Now they've got a slight bit of a downhill here, so they're going to have to maximise it. They're going to start to run out of road, but settle back, ladies and gentlemen. This could be an absolute stunner. What a race in the women's PTWC.
Lauren Parker making that left-hand turn. She's got one more corner, and we can see the finish there. Kendall Gretsch can see Lauren Parker in her sights. Can Lauren Parker, the Australian, hold off a last-minute charge from Kendall Gretsch? It is the most nail-biting sprint finish we have seen here at the Para-Triathlon for the gold medal. Kendall Gretsch is coming through, but can Lauren Parker hold her off? This is going to the absolute line. And it looks as though Kendall Gretsch's wheel was just ahead of Lauren Parker. Kendall Gretsch, the new Paralympic champion, by 0.1 second. Lauren Parker will take the silver.
What a race. Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed one of the great races, whether it be at the Olympic Games or the Paralympics. You have to celebrate for Kendall Gretsch. Disappointment or elation for Lauren Parker, well, only time will tell. But 2 warriors coming down to less than 0.01% in performance. Wow, what an advertisement for the sport. Look at the emotion. Simply stunning. Look at this. Wow.
You would think that was timed to perfection. It certainly looked it, but Kendall Gretsch had not been waiting for a sprint. She had been closing that gap lap by lap. And she cut it fine, but that won't matter. She is on the top of the podium.
Cut it fine. Yeah, I think that sums it up too. Oh, what a race. Wow, I've got to say, we've got goosebumps here in the commentary box. We've got plenty of emotion here. You do have to feel, though, for Parker of Australia, led for so much of this race.
Heartbreaking for Parker. She came in as the defending world champion. Kendall Gretsch, world champion in 2014, 15 and 16, but not since 2016. And this, the first opportunity to be crowned Paralympic champion in this event.
Yeah.
And she brings her peak back when it really counts.
And here is Pier Alberto Bucalero, and we're still waiting for our third place finisher in the women's race after just one of the great finishes in the history of the sport of triathlon across any division, across any aspect of the sport. And in third place in the women's, Eva Maria Moral Pedrero, who looks like she will provide Spain another medal. They won gold yesterday in the visual impairment side of the sport. Will it be bronze for Spain now? Not long left of her journey. She'll take that left-hand turn, and then she'll have one more little left-hand turn, which will be downhill. And then she'll realise that she will have a medal draped around her neck that no one will ever be able to take from her.
Well, it's been paced very well by Eva Maria Moral Pedrero. She moved into that bronze medal position on the first lap of the run of the wheelchair race, and she has maintained that position ever since. Not able to threaten the race for the gold, but she once passed Margaret Ejima from the Netherlands, and she has not looked back, and she's just continued to open up that lead, giving herself a comfortable margin if we come to the latter stages, the last few hundred meters.
Yeah, a remarkable athlete, Moral Pedrero, 39 years of age, a law graduate, represented Spain in para-duathlon, won gold in the PT1 event at the 2016 World Championships. But this will arguably be her finest moment.
Well, here she comes. She was a triathlete before having the accident that caused her to need to use a wheelchair, but you can see the determination, the power that she would have taken through from that as she comes in. Eva Maria Moral Pedrero, the final few meters between her and that finish line, between her and a bronze medal for Spain. The last few pushes of the wheel, the last few strokes.
And her hero is Javier Gomez, one of the great Spanish male athletes. As we just pull back and show you this wonderful venue in downtown Tokyo, Odaiba Marina Park. And so that is our bronze medalist from earlier in the men's race. Our silver medalist, I should say. My apologies to this great man. Brun Graber, of course, moving from into second place halfway through the wheelchair leg, the equivalent of the running section. I'll tell you what, if you think the racing's been exciting this morning, don't go away, because we've still got two more races for you to come. We've got the men's and women's event in the PTS5 category and the women's PTS5 category. So wonderful images here on day 5 of Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, day 2 of the triathlon program. And let's just confirm those results for you. More athletes still out on the course.
Eva Maria Morel-Padero, the finishing stages with that bronze medal in sight. On her final lap now. She has opened up a decent lead, but Margaret Hajima, who was in that third medal, bronze medal position, has dropped down to 5th, and we're seeing Jessica Ferreira from Brazil, who's moving up. And she might have left it a little bit too late, but Morel-Padero will have her sights on that bronze. Can Ferreira close the gap with this final lap? Just less than a kilometre left to race.
So wonderful support here in the streets of downtown Tokyo on a very warm day. Being very warm in Tokyo, really high humidity. But a great opportunity for the people of Tokyo to come out and experience sport at the highest level. So last little downhill stretch for our third place getter.
Just taking a moment to use the advantage of the downhill. She navigates the penultimate turn, eyes set on the finish line. Eva Maria Morel-Padero looks up. The grimace is starting to evolve into a smile as she is just meters away from that bronze medal. Those final few pushes, those final few strokes of the wheel as she glides across the line. Eva Maria Morel-Padero overcome with emotion as she wins the bronze medal in the women's PTWC Tokyo 2020. What a journey, what a performance. The bronze medal for Spain.
Hello to Mum. Oh, fantastic. It's been one thing, just so much emotion at the finish line for all of the athletes across both days. And as we said, we've still got 2 races to come, the men's PTS 5 and the women's PTS 5. And they'll be up next. But I've got to say, it's an old cliche, but triathlon, para-triathlon, very much the winner today with our 3 place getters in the men's race, racing with such distinction, and our 3 place getters on the women's side. And 4th place finisher now coming down onto victory lane.
Jessica Ferreira had a really strong final phase. She moved up from 7th into 4th on the wheelchair racing section, the run leg, but she's being chased down right the way through to the finish. But securing that 4th place position. A great second half of the race for Jessica Ferreira.
Not much in it, is it? Really, really small percentages. So what, just 9 seconds separating 4th from 5th. And probably another 15 seconds back to 6th and 7th. Such is the closeness of and depth of competition that we're seeing here in Tokyo 2020.
Well, that really shows the importance of fighting for every position at the Paralympic Games. Ajema crossing the line in 7th. She dropped off in the second half of this race. She'd sat in the bronze medal position for so long. Well, there we see the exhaustion on the face of Mona Franci, coming home in 6th place.
Well, it's the second time that we've had para-triathlon at the Paralympics, and you just think how much more depth are we going to see 3 years from now in Paris as the sport continues to evolve. Anytime the sport makes it to the Summer Olympics or to the Paralympics, you just really start to see more and more depth as the legacy and the history builds and grows, and these group of athletes inspiring that next generation of athletes in their own country. Fantastic. And the Japanese representative now coming down onto victory lane. Plenty of support all day for Tsuchida.
And a phenomenal athlete. She has 2 Paralympic gold medals to her name. 2004 at Athens, she won in the athletics. She actually won the gold in Nagano in 1998, the Winter Paralympic Games in the ice sledge speed skating event.
Also got the Italian here, Rita Kakuro. So she'll finish just ahead of the Japanese competitor. But a great race between those two. Tsuchida, I think, has possibly another lap to go on that run. I'll just confirm that for you. And we use the word run term just purely as a terminology. Clearly they're in wheelchairs.
Exhaustion. This event is so arm dominant. Swim, the hand cycle and the racing wheelchair. Different positions for all 3 phases, but the shoulders, the arms are doing all of the work.
Yeah, tough on this blue carpet too. That'll just slow these incredible machines down. Feel like you've just got the brakes on a little bit, and then they'll get onto a slightly harder terra firma right here, and you'll just notice a major increase in velocity, and they'll feel a lot smoother and a lot more comfortable. Nice thing is they're really familiar now with this course, so they'll know what the wind is doing, where the turns are, what gears they need to be in, how they need to change things up. And clearly
well, a phenomenal athlete, and the local Japanese who are in this area will have come out, no doubt, to support Tsuchida. She won the silver medal at the World Championships in 2018, but form just dropped off over the last couple of years, but still able to perform at her 5th Paralympic Games, her 3rd different sport at a Paralympic Games. I mean, that in itself is an incredible achievement.
it's also a fine line for these athletes. They train incredibly hard, and some days you can just, you may have trained a little bit too hard and you're just a little bit flat. And it's a real art and a real science in terms of getting that formula 100% right. One session too many. And so sometimes you turn up and it's just not your day, and then you see other athletes who have that breakthrough performance, and that is the sport. I guess if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. And we just want to let people know too, people may be watching in Australia, if you're wondering where Emily Tapp is, the second of the Australian athletes. She crashed out, unfortunately, on the hand cycle leg, but she is all okay. But she wasn't able to continue.
Well, at 46 years of age, 5th Paralympic Games, we are seeing Tsuchida Wakaku make history here. She won her first Paralympic gold medal back in 1998, the Winter Paralympic Games, but that event was discontinued on the Winter Paralympic schedule. So she took to wheelchair racing, won a gold in Athens, and now the first time this event has been held at her home Paralympic Games, the PTWC category. And she is here to make history as she comes to the finishing straight. What a moment for Japan, and what a moment for Tsuchida Wakaku.
Yeah, enjoying the acknowledgements. Really, really pleased to get the job done. That is fantastic. And that will be the last of the competitors across the line. Very emotional for all of these athletes. So much work's gone in. And as we said, don't underestimate that an event like the Paralympics, so much greater than the sum of its parts. There are those top 3 place getters. You can see on the big screen there. Kendall Gretsch, Lauren Parker, and Morel Pedre. Those medal ceremonies will be bringing you in around about 2 hours' time as we go back and have a look over this magnificent downtown Tokyo, Odaiba Marine Park. Just confirming those results for you. Jets Platt taking out the gold medal, so defending the title that he won back in 2016 in Rio. Florian Brungraber, breakthrough performance from him, and then Giovanni Arkenza, the 50-year-old from Italy who won bronze 5 years ago. Well, he defends that medal. Gert Schipper of the Netherlands finishing in 4th, and Ahmed Ardelussi of France rounding out our top 5.
Well, there's confirmation of the women's race, and that was the tightest finish we have seen here at Odaiba Bay. Kendall Gretsch taking the gold medal just 1 second ahead of Australia's Lauren Parker. Eva Maria Morel Pereiro moving up through the field to take that bronze medal.
Plenty more racing still to come here on day 5 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympics. We will have the men's PTS 5 for you, followed by the women's PTS 5. And so that should be an absolute beauty. World-class fields, both of them. And the set for a start, if you're looking at that clock there, Tokyo time, set for a start at 8:30 Tokyo time. Wherever you are around the world, hope you are enjoying the coverage. Congratulations to the Netherlands, congratulations to the United States. And if you have just joined us, we do encourage you to go back and watch both races, but watch the finish of the women's race, one of the great finishes in the history of the sport. The second separating them on the line.
Athletes, coaches, and officials, this concludes the warm-up. The swim warm-up for PTS 5 is concluded. And we are 30 minutes till our start. We are 30 minutes to our start. さあ、30分前です。スタート30分前。スイムウォームアップの方は終了となります。
Wonderful images on day 5 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. Triathlon, wow. It is just such a remarkable sport, so much drama. Kendall Gretsch, Lauren Parker of Australia in the women's race, being separated. Well, officially they said a second, but it was more like a tenth of a second. Don't go away, more to come. Looking forward to this. Shortly, we will bring you both the men's and women's PTS 5.
let's go back to our commentators, Greg Welch and Mitsuhiro Yamamoto. They have a special guest with an interview. それではフィールドにいるコメンテーターを呼びます。Greg Welch さん、そして山本光弘さんです。
Well, thank you very much, Don. Hi, gozaimasu to everybody again, and we hope you're having a great day. Well, that was an incredible race that we were just witnessing here with the PTWC men. Jets Platt for the gold medal, and also Lauren Parker outsprinted by Kendall Gretsch right at the very end. But today, it's not just like yesterday, because yesterday we had the silver medal. We had 2 medals going to Team Japan, and right now Miki Yamamoto has a very special guest, Mr. Ura-san.
はい、本日の実況ね、一緒にウェインさんとやってますが、今、女子の大のクラスでね、オーストラリアの選手が最後抜かれてしまいましたけどね、もう本当に絶叫しながらね、ウェインさんの解説ありましたが、さて、ここでスペシャルゲストということで、昨日ので、見事 PTS4 で銀メダル獲得した北秀樹さんにお越しいただきました。まずは銀メダル獲得おめでとうございます。まあ、昨日我々も見てて、スイングは80センチだったんですね。はい、そこからの追い上げというところでね、はい、どうなるかなと思っておりましたけれども、続くバイクがと見事追い上げて銀メダル獲得ということですけれども。
そうですね、スイングが上がった時は正直焦ってたんですけど、その後のバイクランでちゃんと粘れてよかったなと思ってます。
まあ、バイクでね、メダル圏内に入ってから最後のランでもね、一気に上げてきましたよね。
そうですね、かなりきつかったんですけど、まあ、なんとか、はい、前の選手だけを見て走りました。
まあ、昨日のね、レースでのコメントの中でも、いろいろあったけどもね、もう全部オーライとね、OK、全て OK というお話だったんですけどもね、そういう思いが全部出た昨日のレースでしたよね。
はい、全部ひっくるめて僕の人生だと思ってるので、はい、今、とても幸せです。
さあ、昨日、今度、寝てないんじゃないですか、一睡もしないんじゃないですか。
そうですね、なんか、ふわふわしてます。
我々ね、トライアスロン関係者としても、昨日からそのテレビのニュース見てもね、宇田さん、それから米岡さんのね、メダリストの情報、テレビの方でニュース流れてるのでね、非常に嬉しく思っていると思いますし、ね、パラトライアスロン関係者にとっても、悲願のメダル獲得というところですよね。
はい、昨日、今日のレースも含めて、ここからね、どんどんトライアスロンという競技知ってもらえれば、本当に嬉しいところだなと思います。
さあ、それではまだ早いですけど、最後に次の目標について聞かれます。
いや、だいぶ早いです。そうですね。次のパリ大会も僕は目指そうと思ってますので、そこに向けてまたコツコツやっていきたいなと思ってます。
はい、ありがとうございます。昨日の PTS 賞で銀メダルを獲得した宇田秀樹選手です。おめでとうございます。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
Arigatou gozaimasu to Ura-san. Silver medal is absolutely brilliant. And as we just give you a little bit of an update on the conditions right now, we're still sitting at 29 degrees Celsius out here. Water temperature 30 degrees, so we're all good to go with that. Winds coming out of the east right now at 6 kilometers an hour. So we've got perfect conditions for our next race coming up. So Nikki, let's talk about the BTS5. The BTS5 is the least of our impairments out there today, and you will see some of these athletes, they are going to be absolutely fast and furious action out there today, Nikki.
さあ、この後 PTS5 のレースがね、8時30分より行われます。各クラスカテゴリー分かれてますが、立位ね、立位に立って走る選手の中で一番障害の軽いクラスということになります。非常にスピーディーなレースになるとね、予想されています。
Okay, and let's talk a little bit about our athletes right now, because the PTS5 men's race, we've got Stefan Daniel, the world champion from Canada. He was the silver medalist in the Paralympics back in 2016 in Rio de Janeiro. And who beat him out there? Yep, it was Martin Schulz. Martin Schulz from Germany. He took the gold medal back in the Paralympics, and it was the very first time, Nikki, that the Paralympics were held with Triathlon just 5 years ago. Now here in Tokyo 2020, second time.
2016年のね、リオデジャネイロ大会から2回目のね、大会となります。東京で開催されるパラリンピックマラソン競技ですけれども、まあ、今回もこの後一番スピーディーなね、レースになってくると思います。2日間にね、わたって行われる、マラソン、パラトラソンの最終をね、締めてくる競技になります。
Yeah, the Japanese have been performing very, very well with 2 medals yesterday, and with 2 competitions coming up. I know that we don't have a man
つけて、他の選手はそれ以外ということで、非常にその差、競技力の差はありますけどね、あえてその一つ上のクラスアップといいますが、一つクラスを上げて、今日のチャレンジとなります。
Yeah, so a few athletes classing up today. Kelly Golding from the USA, Mummy Tani in the BTS4 normally, going up into the BTS5 category. Then you can see 6:30 we had our BTWC men, 6:31. Then we've got at 8:30 today the BTS5. Then we have the BTS5 for women. So the men's first, then the women's second, and then we will be going over to the victory ceremonies. All right, let's talk a little bit about the rest of the BTS5 then, because Chris Hammer, he's also in there from the USA, a very good athlete. In the BTS5 women, Laura Stedman, she seems to be in very good form, and Claire Cashmore from Great Britain. Now they were first and second in the last couple of World Championships and doing very well. Laura Stedman was in silver medal position back in Rio 2016, but the winner down there was Grace Norman. Grace Norman from the USA was 19 years of age when she won the gold medal at the very first Paralympic Games with Triathlon. So Claire Cashmore, you've got Laura Stedman, you've got Grace Norman, you've got Kelly Golding from the USA, you've got Mami Tani from Japan. We are going to be treated for another great race coming right up here.
さあ今ね、この後の、ね、レースの状況ね、予想ね、古市さんが話してくれましたが、男子、女子ともに非常に混戦、メダル争いがね、激しくなってくることが非常に楽しみな、一番、人数の中でも障害の程度が軽いクラスになります。かなりね、エキサイティングなレースになってきます。気温の方が30度近くに上がってきました。水温は30度。この後、パラトラソン最終種目、どうぞご期待ください。
Alright, so up there on the weather we have 29 degrees Celsius right now. Water temperature is 30 degrees. And Biggie, I'm going to hand it over to you because we've got a great inspirational video coming right up.
さあ、この後ね、クラス分けのビデオはスライドがありますか？いいですか？はい、じゃあここで、終わりたいと思いますけども、さあ、まもなく BTS5 のレース、スタートまで10分前となります。ぜひ、ファンの皆さんもね、すべての選手に大きな声援をお願いいたします。
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the race technical officials of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Tokyo 2020パラトライアスロンテクニカルオフィシャルの入場です。
Welcome into day 5 of Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. The venue is Odaiba Marine Park in downtown Tokyo. The sport is triathlon, a sport that made its Paralympic debut back in 2016. Already 2 exciting races across both the men's and women's earlier this morning, and it continues very shortly with the men and women racing in the PTS5. As we see our officials coming onto the blue carpet, 750-metre swim, 20-kilometre bike ride and a 5-kilometre run.
From Italy, medical delegate, medical leader, Dr. Doug Hiller from the United States of
Stage
America.
is set for the second set of races, day 2 of the para-triathlon here in Odaiba Bay. Tokyo 2020.
And so the PTS category, it's for athletes with mild impairments, and in both bike and rugby segments, amputee athletes may use approved prosthesis or other supportive devices. It includes athletes with comparable activity limitation and an impairment of, but not limited to, limb deficiency, hypotonia, ataxia, or athetosis, impaired muscle power or range of movement. So the 5 means that the level of impairment is not as severe as somebody given the number 1. So we are about to introduce the athletes on the men's side.
To the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Number 521 from Australia.
First athlete will be David Bryant of Australia, a 32-year-old, 8th at the 2019 World Championships in Lausanne.
From Germany, 3-time world champion, Rio 2016 Paralympic champion.
And Martin Schulz of Germany, the defending champion, the 3-time world champion, 31 years of age. Next it will be from the United States, Chris Hammer, who was 4th in Rio. He'd love to get a medal today. And then it will be George Peasgood of Great Britain, 7th in Rio, 3rd at the 2018 World Championships. So he does have pedigree. Out next, it is the Canadian, and this is Stefan Daniel. Won a silver in Rio 5 years ago. Number 527, it will be Yaro Ruiz Lopez of Spain, a bronze medalist in Rio. And then it is the Frenchman, the very impressive Yannick Bourseau, followed by this man out of Brazil, Ronan Cordeiro. And then a man who was 5th at the World Championships in 2019, Carlos Rafael Viana. And then rounding out our field of 10, it is Gunther Matzinger of Austria, 6th at the World Championships in 2019. The top 5 place getters from Rio are on the start line in this men's race.
Wearing number 501 from France, Gladys Lamassu.
Well, first of the women out onto the pontoon, Gladys Lamoso, representing France, a bronze medalist 5 years ago. Tani Mami, representing the host nation of Japan. Strong pose from Kelly Elminger.
Can I give a 9 out of 10 for that?
It was strong. I'll give you that. Well, what can our teammate do? The defending champion, Grace Norman, waves to the crowd. Huge smile from the American. Camille Fernette next out for Canada.
506 from the RBC, Anna Bichkova.
Anna Bichkova making her Paralympic Games debut. And for Hungary, Petra Levay has had a 10-year break and she is back for the para-triathlon. Next up, we've got Alyssa Kopacki from the Ukraine, bronze medalist at the European Championships. Look at Claire Cashmore, give it the full dance there. The usual smile that we see on the British athlete.
9.5 for that.
Well, we're getting there. Lauren Stedman, the final athlete out for the women's category, also representing Great Britain, a silver medalist from 5 years ago.
Oh, great to see the personalities, isn't it? I do love the NBA-style type introductions. It's great. You see a bit of the personality of the athletes, and it's important they do put a smile on their face because they will be incredibly nervous. Do not underestimate how nervous all the athletes get, whether it be the Summer Olympic Games or the Paralympic Games. And so, a wonderful atmosphere. Slight breeze up from what we saw yesterday, so you can just see a little bit of a ripple as we just confirmed that start list for you. So 2 from Brazil. But boy, I tell you what, representation from right around the world. But it'll be Martin Schulz, the 3-time world champion, the defending Paralympic champion that everybody's going to need to watch. You'll wear number 522.
So there's the women's lineup, 2 for the USA, 2 for Great Britain. We could expect the medals to come from those 4, with the defending champion amongst them, Grace Norman.
We did see just a slight differentiation there between PTS 5 and PTS 4, and so the impairment will be slightly greater for the lower number.
Well pointed out there. We had in the men's event, there was a PTS4 category. That was yesterday, but the women's, there is no PTS4, so they're allowed to go up a category if they want to compete in that. The women's was a PTS2 and a PTS5, the two categories chosen for the 2020 Paralympic Games.
So 750 metre swim, 1 lap, and then they'll have a 20-kilometre bike, which will be 4 laps of 5 kilometres, and then they'll have a 5-kilometre run, which is 4 laps of 1.25 kilometres. This will be fast, this will be exciting, and you will see all the dynamics of triathlon come into play. 5 years in the waiting, just for the second time in Paralympic history, triathlon has its moment. Gold medals up for grabs, an opportunity for these athletes to etch their name in the history box. A little bit of nervous energy. You might be able to hear Australian great Greg Welch on the PA system at the venue. First Australian, or first non-European to win the Hawaiian Ironman. First non-American, in fact, to win the Hawaiian Ironman, and world champion himself. As we just see the athletes sharing a couple of last-minute exchanges.
Well, these two have competed and trained together for years. They now train separately since moving from swimming into triathlon, but still a strong relationship. And again, another team hug for USA. These athletes will be teammates, but as soon as the starter's gun goes, they are all competitors.
So we are in the starter's hands. No wetsuit swim, water temperature too warm. This is the men's PTS 5 Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. Taiko drummers creating the atmosphere. Getting in the water will just ease a little bit of the nerves. Can't win the race in the swim, but could potentially lose it today in the swim, such as the closeness of this men's field. Racing and fast, furious, the washing machine effect. The kick comes into play early, and now it's about trying to get out quickly, trying to get some clear water. This is where the top end speed in the pool becomes so important, and you desperately want to try and get onto the feet of another swimmer if you can, get dragged along, and also you don't necessarily have to do as much sighting, but we've immediately got one swimmer gone clear. It might be Yannick Bousseau of France, possibly. We will get in closer. We will try and pick that up for you. The women will start very shortly. They'll have the benefit of having watched this men's start. Is there one particular favoured side? What are the currents doing? They can make that mental shift if they need be. But expect to see this eventually become one big, long line. And that's always a sign that the pace is on.
Well, the focus on the faces of the women. They are set off 1 minute behind the men. 10 athletes on the start line as they head off for the 750-metre swim, a sprint triathlon, the distance for all of the para-tri events.
And interesting too to see immediately two groups splitting. Now the group on the left or the top of the screen now maybe trying to come across. They will merge at some point. It can be really gladiatorial in the first 200 to 300 metres. And you've just got to maintain your stroke here. No one is deliberately trying to hit you. It's just everybody is trying to find their line. It's a really good example of racing here from our two lead female athletes.
Well, I think we spotted the yellow cap of Grace Norman in the lead, but that second group that you mentioned was Cashmore and Steadmore, the British pairing. And I wonder if those two have a tactic to work together. They are two of the favourites for this event, and they were very much swimming as a pair. So we could see with these nations, when there's two athletes together, that they maybe have a decision that they've made of saying, right, let's work together on the swim when we can use that drafting ability.
Yeah, and don't underestimate team tactics. A little bit harder because this is a non-drafting bike race, so they're not allowed to draft as we go to the front of the men's race. And that is 5. Just trying to pick that number up. 5,
I think that could be George Peasgood.
Yes, the British athlete, so Peasgood. who comes in here having finished 7th in Rio, but he was also 3rd at the 2018 World Championship, so his improvement curve is upwards, which is a good thing, considering 3rd was back in 2003 years on. So do keep an eye on the man from Great Britain carrying the hopes, and he has just cleaned this field out. That is a big gap in the swim. But the big challenge often for the really good swimmers is how good is their running, because they tend to spend so much time in the pool in a non-weight bearing sport. They tend to be a little bit soft in the tendons, they're really hypermobile, and when they get into a weight-bearing sport like running, really easy to pick up injuries. It takes a long time for pure swimmers to make that adjustment across. A good battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 2 athletes going side by side, and I just wonder whether it might be in the best interest of one of those swimmers to just move a little bit closer and drop behind, get on the hip and save some energy.
Well, we will see some significant differences between the swim, the bike and the run in this PTS5 category. Some athletes have an impairment in the upper body, some in the lower body. Actually, Peasgood, it's his leg that has the deficiency, so we'll expect to see him need to open up as big a gap as possible on the swim. That said, he's incredibly strong on the bike as well, and is competing not at this games but in the World Championships. He's been world champion this year on the road bike in the time trial event, so he should extend that lead and then try to hold it off when it comes to the run.
Oh, great swim from Peasgood, and just beautiful. Just takes that slightly wide angle, doesn't lose any speed at all in terms of taking that right-hand turn, and that's the danger if you get too close to it, you get too tight. And when you've also got a group of swimmers of 3 or 4 that you can see back there in second, it is a chance for one of the athletes just to put a little bit of a surge on and see if you can drop a couple of those athletes behind. Great swim coming, and his sister has also, Alison, in fact, his sister-in-law, Alison Peasgood, was selected to represent Great Britain in triathlon at the 2020 Paralympic Games. Both his parents have competed in Ironman races, and his older brother Jack has competed for Great Britain in age group teams in both triathlon and duathlon. So I think it's fair to say the Peasgood family live for the sport of triathlon.
Well, you mentioned Peasgood, and if you were following the women's visually impaired race, you have seen Alison Peasgood finish 4th in that event. So George will be hoping to go at least a couple of spaces better than his sister-in-law. But now at the front of the women's race, Grace Norman. She did have another competitor on her shoulder the last time we saw, but she's opened up a gap ahead of the 2nd place swimmer at the moment. And the swim is the strongest event of the 3 for the American. So she'll again want to be making full advantage of this swim opportunity. It's a non-drafting bike leg, so the athletes will be individual when it comes to the bike, so they want to open as much of a gap as possible. And I think that's the British pair sitting in 3rd and 4th, still working together. That was Lauren Steadman just lifting her head to sight then for a moment, and they are just about to come up onto the shoulder of the 2nd place swimmer.
Well, good swim here from Grace Norman. Now, she's a nurse by profession from Cedarville University in the United States, coaches Greg Muller, and that is a significant lead. But as you said, the 2 British athletes now starting to just close the gap on the 2nd place getter. They want to try and work together if they can. It's not in their best interest point here to try and necessarily swim past. They're probably going to burn too many matches or use too much energy in regards to how much is left in the swim race. Sit back, conserve, allow the swimmer in front to do 10% to 15% more effort. But all the swimmers taking a really, really good line. And I just wonder whether we see Grace Norman maybe just come back through some of the male swimmers as we go back and look at what makes the sport so incredibly special. Some wonderful camera shots. Some great imagery there of just showing the different dynamics of open water swimming, just having to look back a little bit over your shoulder just to maybe get a bit of a feel for where your components are. Sometimes you'll see athletes roll over onto their back, a little bit of backstroke. That's also just to open up the chest and loosen off a little bit, but it's all about George Peasgood at the moment at the front of this race. And really tough too for those athletes that are amputees in the arm, because this is a sport that's all about catch, it's all about technique, it's all about what happens underneath the water. And so they need to adjust their stroke based on the level of their impairment and what part of the body that impairment affects.
Well, George Peasgood not showing any signs of his impairment affecting his swim. This is a lovely rhythm to the stroke. Just lifting his eyes to sight every couple of strokes, breathing off to the right. And he's got a rhythm with that, and when he does sight it, you can hardly notice a change in the pattern of his stroke. It's part of it. He naturally comes up a little bit higher as he goes to breathe and just slotting in a lift of the head before turning to the right to get that extra breath.
And if it's not something that comes naturally to you, and you are, and that's a really good example, he clearly has that lifting, that sighting as part of his stroke, and he maintains that fluidity. If, however, you're a swimmer that does consciously lift their head, you've also got to make sure at times you just bring your kick into play a little bit more, because the body will act as a bit of a seesaw. If your head goes up, your hips will drop. You drop your hips, you create drag. And this is a sport that is governed by what we call hydrodynamics. No different than yacht racing. You want a long, narrow surface, or long, narrow body position on the water. And you want to try and get that hip and shoulder rotation. It's a really good example. It's a great swim from George Peasgood. Peasgood, 25 years of age, and he's about to exit the water with a very, very good lead indeed. And this is going to become the hardest part. I reckon one of the hardest parts in the sport is actually exiting the swim. Here, they're in that horizontal position. So, non-weight bearing, and then suddenly they've got to get to their feet, and the blood tends to rush from the upper body into the lower extremities. You can feel a little bit of cramp possibly in the calves. You feel a little bit shaky, but your heart rate will go up another notch as well, and you'll see what we call the pain face, or what do I use the terminology, and I mean it with the greatest term of endearment, the ugly face, because you've got that grit going on. But hey, he's very composed, isn't he?
Well, Peasgood certainly looks in control of this race, and it's his to pace now. Just trying to navigate through transition.
Well, 9 minutes 27 for a 750-metre swim, so very, very good swim indeed.
He's glancing over his shoulder there to see what that lead is that he's managed to open up. But right now, he's got to start to focus purely on his own transition, finding his bike, getting his helmet on, doing it up before he touches that bike, which is key to transition area. You can see straight on with the aero helmet. He's got his shoes already attached to the pedals.
Interestingly, he's decided to go with the disc wheel today. He feels that this course is best suited to a full carbon disc wheel, as we see our next group of athletes about to exit the water. And it's good because there's a group of them. Now, they won't be able to work together on the bike, but they will be able to at least key off each other. So Schultz, the defending champion, out of the water, a minute one back. Daniel of Canada, Cadero of Brazil. So the Canadian, well, he was silver in Rio. So gold and silver from 5 years ago come out of the water together.
Well, no wonder Peasgood was looking over his shoulder. You can see the time confirmed there, a 1:01 lead, and he'll need every second of that if he's got the defending champion hot on his heels.
So we'll just watch the transition here. Just have a look at how slick this is. We call it 3 events, but there's actually 2 other key components. That's the transition, and the other one is the nutrition. So triathlon, or should we call it perhaps a pentathlon?
And we'll see how quick these athletes are at mounting. Flying mounts from both of those athletes. Shoes already on the bikes.
Yeah, they'll have what they call a mount line. They have to cross a white line before they get on their bike. They're not allowed to ride through transition. They can pick up penalties there. We've seen it at the past as we go back to the front of our women's race. And our first of our women athletes about to exit the water.
We've got 2.
And one of our male athletes still in the water by the looks of it. But out to the front of the men's race, and it is Great Britain's hope in Peasgood. He's going to need to get into that aero position shortly. This is hard though. A lot of the blood in the upper body. It's still coming back down into the quads. Bike handling skills are going to be important today for him.
Well, that's Grace Norman, the American that we saw leading from the start of the swim. She did have another athlete on her shoulder, but extended the lead away from the British pair. But this is where she will lose a little bit of time, having to get that prosthesis on as she makes her way into the transition. And this is where we see the difference, depending on the impairments, of the changes through transition and into the different disciplines of triathlon.
Yeah, but really good swim, because we see Matzinger of Austria, and so top women have bridged that gap of over a minute from the start to catch some of the men who perhaps swimming they don't favour. Next group of women athletes coming out together, and that's good. They can key off each other here, all three of them.
Cashmore, Frenette, Stedman. We saw the British pair working together. Frenette, I think, had been the athlete trying to stay on the hips of Norman, but dropped off and got caught by the Brits. But that meant that the three could work together and take that into their advantage. And here goes the leader. 43 seconds Norman has on Stedman, Frenette and Cashmore.
Yeah, now we find out, as we say, I'll still say it, not so much, because this is a non-drafting race and they have to ride individually. If it was a drafting race, I always believe it's ultimately a running race. You can't win the race in the swim, you can certainly lose it. This is different now. Now we start to see the athlete, all three disciplines, incredibly important. And this bike leg, 20 kilometres, you don't have a lot of time to come right. If you're feeling a bit fatigued or you can't quite find your legs, you're just going to have to suffer. You're just going to have to hope you do come right. A little bit different over 40 kilometres in a drafting type race. You've got a little bit more time. So the stakes are high, small percentages, but they'll understand that. They would have set their training up accordingly, done a lot of time trial work on their bikes. And they'll all have power meters on their bikes so they can measure the amount of power they're putting through their pedals, and that will be based too on what they've done in training. As we see Tani of Japan, she'll get a great round of applause as she goes around the course, because there is a really, really good crowd down here in downtown Tokyo. He's good, there he is. He's pushing the big gear. So he is well and truly on that aero position. Triathletes, they tend to ride a little bit further forward on their bikes. Tend to rely a little bit more on the hamstrings. Want to get those disc wheels up around 34, 35 kilometres an hour for them to really kick in aerodynamically. Out of the seat, puts the power back down, and then settles back onto his machine. And like a lot of the races, they'll use the first lap to just get a bit of an environmental feel. What the wind is doing, where it's behind them, where it might be a crosswind, what gears they might need to change down or up into coming out of particular turns.
Well, you'll notice those aero bars that Pete's using. They have been specifically moulded or fitted to his arms made out of carbon fibre. Well, here, back to the women's race, Claire Cashmore leading that chasing group. As much of a group as you can get in non-drafting cycling. Stedman keeping that 10-metre distance. And you'll notice the motorbikes there will be keeping an eye on the athletes, making sure there's no drafting happening or no illegal drafting.
Just see the tyres there. You can sort of see them just splitting slightly on the road surface, because we've talked about this throughout the entire weekend of the triathlon program. But if you have just joined us, the first time you're watching it, there's been a real shift in air pressure in bike tyres. 5-10 years ago, it was all about having really, really hard tyres. And now it's actually having slightly softer tyres. A lot of research in that area. So that's been one of the real noticeable changes. On his big chainring there on the front. Got the power down. I'd imagine he's probably in the smallest cog at the back there, which will be his hardest gear.
You can hear that lovely sound of a disc wheel. When a disc wheel is moving fast, it just has that sort of humming noise. And if we pause for a second, there you go, you can hear that. Love that sound.
I don't like it when they're coming past you, though, and you can hear it in the background and thinking, I'm not maybe riding that well, and well, this guy, I think I'm riding well, and then somebody comes past you with a disc wheel, and you hear that sort of... Did I do a good impersonation of a disc wheel? Probably not.
I think we're better just to pause and let the audio come through on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. As we now go back and have a look at our defending champion out of Martin Schultz, 3-time world champion. And one thing the Germans do, they know how to ride bikes. You see it at Ironman level, you see it over the 70.3 races. They just know how to ride bikes. And look how well he is set up. Notice he's riding a slightly higher cadence, so he's spinning a little bit more than Peasgood. See Peasgood there, when we talk about cadence, we're talking about the number of times you're turning the pedals in a minute. Now, everyone's slightly different. More inexperienced bike riders tend to push a lower cadence. They tend to like to lean a little bit more on their gears. More experienced bike riders, they tend to spin just a little bit more.
Well, again, out of the saddle for Peasgood as he comes round the corner and into this descent. So this is coming to the end of lap number 1. So he'll know exactly what he's got to come for the next 3 laps. Straight back onto those aero bars. There's every opportunity he gets to make those aero gains. He's got the helmet on, opting for the visor as well. So it'll be hot under there, but he's decided that the aero gains are more important than keeping cool. It is a sprint distance triathlon.
But he looks really, really well set up, and there's always that discussion, what's the best position? I'll say this, yes, you want to be aerodynamic, but you've got to make sure that doesn't come at the expense of being comfortable, because you've still got to run. And this race will probably still be decided on the run leg. But now we see the defending champion making his move, Martin Schulz. He was over a minute down on the swim, and he has closed that gap already now to just 35 seconds. So he's taken 25 seconds out of Peasgood on the first lap of the bike.
Well, that's huge, isn't it? 4 laps of this bike. And
now Stefan Daniel of Canada, bronze 5 years ago. He's also taking time out. We'll try and get a split there on the Canadian. Peasgood might be holding him. And I think he is, so Canadian's got a bit of work to do, but it's Schulz who's on a mission. He just lost a little bit of time, I think, the Canadian. Certainly doesn't look quite as smooth, does he? Certainly doesn't look as aerodynamic as what we saw from Peasgood.
There's a bit more movement coming from the head in this position. You can see it looks a sign of work and effort, but at the front of the women's race, it's still Grace Norman who's holding off the chasers. We'll get an update in a moment as they complete their first lap.
And that is remarkable, isn't it? I love the technology here, the way the prosthetic is attached to the pedal. And what's great about the parasport movement is that, not dissimilar to Formula One racing, a lot of the technology that the athletes come up with or the engineers design ends up then becoming everyday equipment for athletes with an impairment. And so sport is a great way of driving innovation.
Well, we're seeing some really unique setups on these bikes according to the athletes and their impairments. And when we see some of the athletes who've got upper body impairments, there's different mouldings on those aero bars that have spent years and years for them to develop to get into that best position. And we'll notice in a moment when we see the chasers, Claire Cashmore, Lauren Stedman, who've got upper body impairments, they have both got different adaptations on the front end of their bike, with Norman is using the limb prosthetic here.
It's amazing. Norman just looks, smooth, doesn't she? You would not, you look there and you don't even start to notice the prosthetic at all. Such as how beautifully balanced she is, how smooth that pedal cadence is. Really, really nice demonstration too. There we go, just slightly having a look at those. Looks like she's got reasonable air pressure in those tyres. So if it's a really, really smooth road surface, they will go with slightly harder tyres still, but if it is a rough chip, they will deflate them more than what they have done historically.
Well, after each corner, these athletes on their time trial bikes get straight back into that aero position. And here, staying in the aero position, down the blue carpet, down the hill. This is bold riding. No pauses there for Norman, and she's taking the corners on the aero bars. That's showing the sign of being very confident on the bike. Plenty of hours spent working on that skill to be able to hold that and feel secure, especially on the carpet.
You've got to be careful, the athletes just coming through this transition area. There are a lot of media, there is a crowd, there is a lot of noise, and you've got to control the adrenaline. Really easy to come through transition, put yourself almost on show ride perhaps just a little bit harder. Adrenaline will pick you up, but it'll also bring you down. You've got to stick to your power meter. They'll have power meters on their bike. How many watts they're pushing through their pedals.
Well, Lauren Steadman has moved away from the group. She came out of the water. She's now in second place, just 26 seconds down on Norman. And that gap has closed quite significantly. These two with the gold and silver medal positions in Rio 5 years ago. But Steadman already starting to make a move.
So a good race developing on our women's PTS 5. So they'll get an idea on this course too. Might get the odd opportunity to have a wee look. It is a tight technical course, but there are plenty of long straights to be able to put the power down. Be smooth coming out of the turns though. Sometimes the best way is just to, as you approach the corners or the turns, just go into a slightly easier gear, just so that you can turn the pedals quickly coming out of the turn. You can hurt yourself, just use a lot more energy if you're pushing too big a gear when you've got to try and get your bike speed back up.
Well, here we get a shot of the first and second place women. So Norman on the right-hand side just going out of the shot. And here's Steadman. And the athletes will have had chance to glance across this switchback and actually see the distance between each of them. Steadman will take encouragement from that, getting to glance at Grace Norman and knowing that she is already closing that gap after just one lap off the bike.
It's still going to be a running race, so they've got to be careful that, you know, they've still got to understand, yes, ride to power. You've shown yourself in training what sort of level of intensity you need to ride at so that you can get off and run effectively. We talked on day one of this program the importance of your cadence on the bike not being too different to what your running cadence is. So a good optimum bike cadence, or number of times you turn the pedals, is 90 revolutions per minute. A very good runner will take 180 steps a minute, which is the equivalent, and there is some correlation between the two.
Well, Norman settling into that rhythm. It is a time trial event in the PTS 5 category and all of the para-triathlon events, so you are riding your own race. And they'll be guided by the bike computer, like you said, with the power numbers on it. They'll have a target of what to ride at, but also feel is going to come into it. Every race is slightly different. You never quite know how your body is going to feel that day, and you will have to react to the race situation. And if a surge is coming, or if you want to put the power down a bit earlier on to try to open up a gap, then it isn't always that consistent. So there's various factors to take into consideration here, and the heat can have an effect on your average power as well.
Yeah, it's a really good point that you do make, that at the end of the day, it's still got to be feel. Power meters, heart rate monitors, they are still training devices. And when you come to race, sometimes you just got to throw all that stuff away, and as you said, just go purely on feel. But P's good, still in control at the moment, still in that aero position, wants to keep that head where it's at. If he starts to drop that head, the tail on the back of that helmet will just pop up and it'll create a bit of a handbrake for him. But he is, no upper body movement at all there, really far forward on that seat, trying to get over the top of those gears. But let's just see what that split is, because here comes the defending champion from Germany, and we'll get a split on that. But Peasgood looks like he might just be holding off Schultz, in fact 30 seconds, so Schultz has taken some more time out. Not as significant though through the second lap from what we saw in the first lap.
Well, interesting stats. Schultz maybe going out really hard, trying to put the pressure onto Peasgood. Has he gone a little too hard too soon? You'd expect he'll understand exactly how to pace it, being the defending champion.
Yeah, great to see Tani, the Japanese competitor there. We keep saying it, but you've got to race the way you've trained. So if your strategy is to come out of the swim and hit it hard for the first 5 kilometres, you need to do a lot of what we call brickwork in training. Do some swims at a high intensity, get on your bike and practice to ride hard. The biggest mistake you can make is coming into a race and just taking your body to a place it hasn't been before. And it's amazing how the body does adapt. And a really good example, a good way of demonstrating it, it's like if you're used to getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning and then suddenly you've got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Well, the first week or so of doing that, it's going to feel like The world's fallen in on you, but after a while, you don't need to set your alarm. You just naturally start to get up at 5 o'clock, and the body adapts the same way.
Well, these athletes will have been preparing for the early start here in Tokyo. Schultz navigating that 180-degree turn very smoothly.
Great innovation there in terms of customising his bike to cater for his impairment. Using that left arm, reaching it there on a carbon fibre extension attached to the handlebars. Still Peasgood.
Talking of adaptations, we've already mentioned these aero bars of Peasgood, but you'll notice these bikes with the big device at the front. Now that is actually for hydration, but it looks as though Peasgood isn't using it, and they have been tested, and several of these bikes in the wind tunnel will actually come up as being more aerodynamic with that attachment on the front, and that is only legal in triathlon. It wouldn't be legal in the UCI bike racing. So these bikes are adapted specifically to triathlon time trialing, and as a result are actually faster than a pure cycling time trial bike.
Sometimes, though, the trade-off is the weight side of it, so you've got to get it right. And you can just see a slightly different setup here on this bike, Daniel's deciding to go with no disc wheel on the back, and his carbon rims are not as deep, and that entirely comes down to the individual and what you feel best suits you. And you still see Peasgood, though. And he will come through to complete his third lap very shortly, and then he'll have one more lap before swim bike. What do we say? Swim and bike for show, run for dough. But looking very controlled.
You can see the sweat dripping from the face of Peasgood. That just reiterates the importance of hydration in these conditions. As we head back to the front of the women's race, Grace Norman working hard, and she'll be well aware of Lauren Steadman closing that gap, chasing her down. Can the defending champion maintain this lead? She'll know that Steadman has a very strong run, and this is the time she needs to put the pressure on.
Okay, so coming back down into transition again. Our leading female athlete. And onto the blue carpet, it'll just feel like someone's put the brakes on a little bit. Won't feel as fast, and so she'll notice a drop off in speed, but she'll just be riding to power here, because the thing with power is it doesn't matter. Speed's not important. It's all about putting the same level amount of energy through the pedals, whether it be a rough surface into a headwind or a tailwind. It's all about using the same level of energy across the 20 kilometres. So 11 seconds, well, game on.
Well, that's been a significant deficit in the margin that Norman had, and she'll be well aware of that. That's where they pass through the coaches, and they'll be having the times shout at them. We just got a glimpse. So Steadman on the blue carpet as well, and she is not faltering from that aero position she's managing to hold and putting the power down as she comes up the ramp. We just saw Norman there a moment ago, and it could well be this third lap that we see the closing of the gap, and could we see a new women's race leader?
And just really technical through that part of the course too. And that's where you do have to just control the emotions. Last thing you want to do is take a little bit of a crash because you just override a particular corner or a particular turn. But very, very good race amongst our women. Another great example there of that bike being adapted for the level of impairment.
Well, you'll notice that Cashmore and Steadman have a similar impairment, so they both have below the elbow amputation, but they've gone for different setups. Norman on her aero bars, but you'll notice if we see a close-up of Lauren Steadman in a moment, she's actually puts on a prosthetic on her arm, and so she rides with both arms on the aero bars, whereas Claire Cashmore doesn't use a prosthetic on her arm and instead has an adaptation on her bike. So you can see the prosthetic there on Steadman's arm, an extension, so she can use that to go from the base bars into the aero bars. Cashmore can still move the two positions, but she relies on the adaptation on her bike.
Well, Steadman here, she'll just want to psychologically do a bit of damage to Norman, and I think she's starting to just making sure that she was seen on this where you can look across, and she'll want to go past here and really put some doubt in her head. You might be out there thinking you're having the best ride of your life, and someone does come past you, and then suddenly it just puts that little bit of doubt in and going, perhaps I'm not, and You've got to believe in yourself, but more importantly, they're going to have to believe in their running ability here, because we often see in this sport a lot of athletes are really, really good swim bike exponents, but it sometimes comes at the expense of the run. And often the really, really good swimmers do struggle with the running side of it. It takes a lot longer for the pure swimmer to learn to become a runner, just because they're not used to the weight-bearing side of the sport.
Well, we know that Norman is accomplished in the running as well. She won the bronze in the T44 category in the 400 metres in Rio, so doubling up bronze to the gold medal she won in the para-triathlon event, focusing purely on the triathlon this time around.
Now, I can tell you that George Peasgood, even though has gone through to complete lap 3 of the bike, leading the men's race, still waiting for Martin Schultz's time to come up through lap 2. It was round about 40 seconds. It's now down to 32.5 seconds. So Schultz and Peasgood, it is still Peasgood leading the men's race.
Well, we might see a change though very soon as Steadman gets close to the draft legal distance behind Norman. Is she going to sit at 10 metres, or is she going to make the move and continue straight past? And it looks as though she is not going to hang about, and I think she's going to move out and come around the USA athlete. She making her move here. She's thinking about it. She's coming out wide.
Yeah, and she's allowed to sort of sit there directly behind and then come past. She's going to have to make her move. She is committed to it. So the draft busters will be sitting here going, no, that's all fine. The intent's the right intent, and now she'll really want to put the hammer down there, Steadman. Just put a little bit more power on, but at the same time, facial expression-wise, show nothing. Psychologically play the game. But I'll keep saying it, and you'll see it more on the run. Don't look at the facial expressions of an athlete necessarily to say who's comfortable and who's hurting. Look at the form. And so far, Steadman looks really comfortable, nice smooth pedal cadence. Sometimes when an athlete's in a bit of trouble, they will lean on slightly bigger gears, but they also start to look like they're sort of pedaling with duck feet, sort of rocking back too much on their heels.
Well, great ride so far by Steadman. And you'll notice there's just one brake lever. So the athletes who only have the use of one hand will have to have the front and the back brake as one. So on a normal bike, you'll have the front and the back brake separately, so you can control the bike that bit more. So Steadman will have had to ride her corners a little bit more cautiously, just making sure she's going at the right speed into that corner.
So Peasgood now leading the race on the last lap of the bike. 20-kilometre bike ride, 15 kilometres of hope, 5 kilometres of truth. This is where you can sort of see how much he is sweating, and really important that he has got at some point. He does not want to come into transition, and that bottle is still full. Now, it sounds like it's such an easy thing to do, is drink and eat, but it's not. It's not when you're in the game. And it's easy to drink and eat often in training when you're in an aerobic state, when you can hold a conversation, when you're doing things comfortable. The thing that these athletes need to do, they need to learn how to drink and eat when they're on the rivet, when their heart rate is high. So when you're doing tempo work, when you're doing your interval training, practice your drinking, practice absorbing fluid under duress. Again, show your body in training what's going to happen on race day down to the smallest detail. Here is our defending champion from 5 years ago, Schultz. He is beginning to make his move. Look how smooth he is. Boy, he's a beautiful bike rider. They're much higher cadence. He just looks just a little bit more comfortable than Peasgood. He just seems to be a little bit more one with his machine.
You'll also notice he's got a much smaller frame, and he's able to get in a slightly more aero position with the narrower shoulders. Peasgood's so muscular, which is great in the swim, but when it comes to being aero, making yourself as small as possible at the front of the bike, and Schultz, with that adaptation, has really got that dialed.
Yeah, interesting too, he's got the disc brakes on, so you've got two forms of brakes these days on the bike. You've got your rubber rim brakes, the old traditional style. Now you've got the disc brakes. One thing you will notice these days is you do not see any cables. They're all internal. It's all about aerodynamics. Boy, that is just a lovely setup. What a history they have in the sport, the Germans.
You'll also notice, talking of brakes, that Schultz, like Steadman, relies on the dual braking So just using his right brake lever will control the front and the back brake simultaneously. But it's only a couple of 180-degree turns and nothing more technical than that on this course.
And
so
here is one of those turns, as we just see him hit the apex here, and he'll just get out of that seat and put the power back down. No, in fact, he stays seat. Oh, here he is. There we go. Power back down. Just pushing through that. Again, that's another thing. We talk about it. Show your body in training. Learn how to come out of 180-degree turns, going from the seated to the standing position. It might sound really simple, but all of those little things, it's about saving energy. It's all about just taking a percent here, a percent there, and adding it up when it comes to the run. So P's good. He'll be empowered by the fact he's leading this race. He'll be empowered by the fact he's got a motorbike here with a television camera on him. But he does have to control the adrenaline that might come with it.
Well, P's good will be used to riding from the front with such a strong swim. He'll know that he's going to be getting chased down by Martin Schultz, and it's just a matter of how long can he hold the defending champion off. What chance can he give himself before they head out onto the run? He's doing a good job here, still maintaining that position, keeping his head tucked in between his shoulders, the hands so close together at the front, and a wonderful setup. You can see how much lower his handlebars are than his saddle. He's a tall frame, P's good. He's trying to make himself as small as possible while still being able to put out maximum power in that position.
25 years of age, birthplace of Saffron Walden in Great Britain, these days lives in Loughborough. And he was 7th in this race 5 years ago, 3rd at the World Championships in 2018. So if you'd plot his performance on a graph, he's on an upward slope. Will it be his day today? And he is fluent in English and French. As he's about to now come into transition, they have a dismount line. So you'll see a lot of these triathletes just start to unclip some way out from that dismount line, start to get their shoes, feet out, put them on top of the shoes, so they can make that transition to the run quickly. He is going to need to control the emotions though in that first kilometre, because he knows he's got one of the greats, a 3-time world champion, the defending Olympic champion, not too far behind him, Paralympic champion I should say, my apologies.
A glance over the shoulder for P's good. Feet are on top of the shoes, ready for a flying dismount, and beautiful demonstration, foot just down ahead of that red line. That was perfection when you come to watching a dismount. Don't think we'll see anything closer than that.
Don't want to have a 10-second time penalty, which they'll have to serve out on the course. So he came in a total time of 39.34 as his official time. So now we'll see what Martin Schultz does. A very good second half of the bike, though, for P's good. And here comes the defending champion. So this will be probably, I would have thought, round about 30 seconds, there or thereabouts. But good start now for the big, tall man from Great Britain. But he knows that he's got an absolute icon who's about to chase him down. Schultz will not panic here, but it's not a 10-kilometre run, it's only 5. So the stakes are high. Can he pull back a couple of seconds here, just racking, putting his shoes on?
That was a quick transition from P's good, and smoother getting his bike into the transition there than Schultz.
Yep.
And Schultz's trainers on the opposite sides, and maybe not quite as much thought had gone into this transition preparation. I know that the squad at Loughborough, the Great Britain base for the para-triathlon, have worked so hard on the transitions and these small matters that become so vital in a sprint distance triathlon.
Yeah, all those little things. And now the man who won a silver medal 5 years ago in Rio, Stefan Daniel, he's got his shoes, feet out of his shoes, he's got them on top. He's not too far away from coming into transition. He's out of the University of Calgary club. He's got a business degree from the University of Calgary. His hobbies, well, outside of this, he just enjoys camping. So he's got an older brother who suffered from cerebral palsy and represented Canada in swimming. So very, very sporty family. And he's got some work to do though to catch P's good of Great Britain and Schultz of Germany. And In fourth place is Chris Hammer of the United States. Now, we're not quite sure just how far back he is at the moment, but plenty to race for.
Well, look at the strengths as the shoes were catching on the carpet. Solve that problem, pick your bike up and carry it.
Well, he'll be about 2 minutes down on Peasgood by the time he does rack that bike. So our top 3 men into transition. Swim, bike for show, run for dough. Have a good run, you're going to have a good triathlon. Can't win it in the swim, but you can certainly lose it. Of course, with this being a non-drafting bike ride, whoever does, the 3 athletes that do get on the podium will certainly be very strong across all 3 disciplines. Needs to control the emotion though, really easy to go out too hard on that first kilometre. All very well if you've trained to race that way. So Peasgood, Schultz and Daniel.
Well, the spray of water will be welcomed by these athletes. Are working so hard in this heat. The women's event now being led by Lauren Steadman, who made a decisive move as she passed Grace Norman. She has not looked back. Looking incredibly strong, the British athlete. The silver medalist from 5 years ago has worked so hard on her biking. She took a little bit of a break for a couple of years. Still training in triathlon, but not taking it quite so seriously, and has ramped things back up.
Oh, she looks fantastic the way she's set up. Good performance still coming from Norman though, considering that her impairment is an amputation on that left leg, and so she's requiring engineering and some real sports science to allow her to get equal power, hopefully through both legs. Great performance from Norman.
Well, the women are on their 4th and final lap of the bike. Norman now 8 seconds after 3, 8 seconds behind Steadman. Cashmore, who was sitting in 3rd, 1 minute 12 seconds behind our leader. So Lauren Steadman really now in control of this race.
Yeah, good to see her. Just, we saw a brief glimpse there of her taking on fluid. Really important that they do. It is so hot. And you lose sweat in the swim, you lose sweat on the bike.
So Steadman's actually got her water bottle set up between the aero bars. It's one of the things that's allowed on a specific triathlon time trial bike as opposed to a cycling legal time trial bike. You can just see the straw sticking out of her water bottle in front. So it means she doesn't need to take her hands off the bars to be able to get the hydration in. But she's coming towards the end of the bike now. First foot out. She'll just take a moment to find the right balance to get the second foot out on top of the shoes. Back into the aero position though. She's done that nice and early before the technical few corners that they have to navigate into the transition area. And a final drink. You want to be hydrated before you head on to the run. It's too late if you're dehydrated by the time you get to that 5K.
So our first woman are about to come in. First woman's about to come in and rack her bike. And then we'll head back out onto the men's race where George Peasgood of Great Britain, Martin Schultz and Stefan Daniel were the first 3 athletes out onto the course. But now, just have a look at how our women athletes negotiate the transition. We'll talk about the 2 other disciplines, the nutrition and this side of the sport. You can lose time here. Oh, that's just no panic.
We noticed that earlier. It's if the pedal catches the ground with a shoe, it can just flick the bike up like that, and it's really quite annoying. So just lost a valuable second or 2.
Yeah.
But we'll notice that it's happened again for Steadman. We saw earlier Daniel just carrying his bike through, and that solves that problem. It's just a bit of bad luck if your shoe does catch the ground and then it picks it up. The British support team have got a leader in the men's and the women's event at the moment.
Well, they're just going to have to... It'll feel like the world stopped when things like that happen, but the reality is it's half a second, isn't it? And so you just can't panic. Just slow down. Just slow it down. Don't try and pull that time back either. Often you can think, well, I've got to make that 2 seconds up, so you run just that little bit quicker, that little bit harder.
Well, she will have had a glimpse of Norman, who throws her helmet into the box, but Norman will take longer in transition as she does need to change the prosthetic, needs to sit down to put her shoes on as well. So this will be a chance for Stedman to increase that lead yet again. But Norman's still rapid through T2.
Very quick, and our third female athlete now coming into transition, or possibly still with another lap to go. In fact, number 5:06. So we've got our men and our women out onto the run course. So 4 laps of 1.25 kilometres. Stedman of Great Britain leading Norman of the United States in the women's race. In the men's race, it is George Peasgood of Great Britain over Martin Schultz, and then Stephen Daniel of Canada. And I can tell you the 4th athlete into transition on the men's side is Chris Hammer of the United States, in a time of 47:03. So he's around about 2 minutes 45 back on our leader George Peasgood.
Well, Cashmore having a conversation with the referee.
No point arguing, no point arguing, just deal with it. You don't have to agree with it, but deal with it. 10 seconds probably as we go back to the front of the men's race. Peasgood not looking so smooth though, is he? Doesn't look like that running cadence, looks somewhat laboured, but we'll only really get an eye once we have a look at Martin Schultz. But the big tall figure from Loughborough in the race of his life at the moment. He leads this men's triathlon, but it was only 30 seconds back to the defending champion. And can he maintain it? He needs to think about his form. He needs to try and stay nice and tall. Try and stay relaxed. And one way you can stay relaxed is you take your thumb and your forefinger and you just, as if you're pinching a stick, and that'll relax the upper body. Now we see the German Martin Schultz into picture. So are we going to see a lead change? I think we'll see. Certainly we will see Peasgood come through and hold on for the second lap at least. So this will complete the second lap for Peasgood. But the defending champion, the 3-time world champion, has got a sniff now. And here we go. So Peasgood, for the first time in this race, is about to give up the lead to arguably triathlon, or para-triathlon's most distinguished athlete in Martin Schultz.
Well, Schultz has just looked a formidable athlete on the bike and the run, so smooth in both of these disciplines. And now his running form is just being demonstrated as he's going to glide past Peasgood. And Peasgood will be prepared for this. He will know that Schultz is a stronger biker and runner, hence why he went out so strong on the swim. He's going to see how long he can keep him in his sights.
Well, Peasgood now, he's got to say to himself, right, look, I'm not going to win this. I think he's accepted that. He knows that the best in the sport has just gone past him. But he also realises that Stephen Daniel, who was silver 5 years ago, is also a very good runner. Chris Hammer of the United States. Peasgood here has to focus. He's got to think about his form. He's got to believe in himself. He needs to go back and remind himself of the best days running he's had and go, I know what I'm capable of doing. Rely on this crowd. Rely on the occasion to just pick himself up. Boy, mentally very tough at the moment. They are in the hurt box. They are in a world of hurt, both mentally and physically. But look at Schultz, really, really good form. Beautiful running form.
He looks so relaxed and so in control, and he will have been in this position before. 3-time world champion, Paralympic champion, and looking pretty set to be on the way to becoming double Paralympic champion.
Absolutely. Winning it once is one thing, defending it is another. You suddenly have a big target on your back. And of course, in 2016, when it becomes a Paralympic sport, you can question, well, the first time, is there quite the depth? You know that 5 years later or 4 years later, when the event comes around again, there is going to be even greater depth and it becomes so much harder to defend. But how good is he? We'll try and get a split too. So I can tell you now that Stefan Daniel came through at the end of that second run lap in a time of 50 minutes 34. So Peasgood still had a minute and a half lead over him, but Daniel is taking time out of the man from Great Britain. Will he run out of road though? Will he run out of real estate?
Well, all the focus on our male race leader, who is just now demonstrating a wonderful athletic performance. Beauty to watch this running gait. Just in control, taking on the water when he needs. You can see the coaches. Peasgood just being handed something by the British support team. The athletes allowed one coach in a position on the run, one on the bike. And plenty of support staff from the strong triathlon nations, both Germany and Great Britain, will have huge amount of support. Also, the athletes who competed the previous day will be out supporting, cheering them on, making up the atmosphere. Great to see some of the crowd along here to appreciate these incredible athletic performances we're getting to witness here at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo.
We would have done a lot of speed work, Schultz, a lot of work on the track, a lot of 1 kilometre efforts, 400 metre efforts, some maybe longer, what we call high aerobic type workouts. Pretty simple, what we say in triathlon periodisation, doing a lot of base work, then strength work, followed by speed work. Sort of a system really invented by the great New Zealand running coach Arthur Lydiard back in the day, and it's become really the norm for a lot of endurance sport now. As we see Schultz of Germany, he will come down, he'll get the bell lap, and he'll have 1.25 kilometres to go to add to the 3 World Championships he's already won, and the Paralympic gold medal he won 5 years ago. And as I said, don't look so much. You can see that he certainly, look at the form, that is just phenomenal. He is absolutely moving. He is just in a class of his own. But it's very well having really good ability to run well in training, to actually bring it on race day, to have the mental fortitude to go to that place, to be that tough. I'm not sure that you can coach it. I think it's an inherent quality.
Well, considering how incredible Schultz has looked on the bike and is now looking on the run, it was actually swimming that he first competed at the Paralympic Games back in 2012. It just shows how much work he must have done.
Yannick Bourseau of France, the athlete here on screen, and remarkable 46 years of age, the Frenchman. As we see Peasgood in second, but he's going to need to stay focused. He's got 1.25 kilometres to go, still in the silver medal position. But here comes Daniel, the Canadian. It is game on for second and third. He is flying, the Canadian. Silver 5 years ago. Are we about to have our gold and silver medalists have history repeat? Have these guys defend the medals they won? We'll give you that split. So that split now is, well, it's 1 minute and 13 seconds. So Peasgood should have enough to hang on. It'd be a lot. Peasgood would have to fall apart to lose a minute, something over 1.25 kilometres.
Well, Stedman completing the first lap of the run. She has increased that lead. The split we got after one lap was 23 seconds ahead of Norman, and she was only just ahead coming out of T2. So that's looking good for the Brit. She is looking in control, and in the men's race, we might have a repeat of the 1-2 from Rio, but this could be a swapping in positions. Stedman, the silver medalist 5 years ago, Grace Norman, the defending champion, and it's Stedman now who is very much in control of this women's PTS 5 race.
Her form looks really good. Norman, though, she's running well. You know, that's remarkable, considering that, you know, she's got that prosthesis on that left leg. But very, very fluid. She looked really good on the bike too, so she's clearly used technology and stuff to allow her to compensate for that impairment and look very, very smooth indeed. Now, Schultz of Germany, he does not have far to go. He'll know that another gold medal was within his reach. This very appreciative Japanese crowd will bring him home, and at some point he'll change down a gear and he'll enjoy the moment. Such a rich history in the sport, the Germans, whether it be over the Ironman distance, the half Ironman, standard distance, or the sprint distance that we've seen here today. But how good has Peasgood been? Meteoric rise for the man from Great Britain. Big future ahead of him as well. But Schultz about to come down onto the blue carpet. Plenty of support. I don't think he'll grab a drink, will he? Maybe just douse himself one last time. But the man, the 31-year-old from Leipzig in Germany, realises now that he's about to create Paralympic history. He was world champion in 2013, world champion in 2014, world champion in 2016, Paralympic champion in 2016, and 5 years later, he defends his crown in the most complete of performances. Your Paralympic champion is Martin Schultz of Germany. Schultz wins it in a time of 58 minutes and 10 seconds. But a really, really special moment coming for Great Britain and Canada as well. Schultz just simply too good. But what a performance for George Peasgood. 25 years of age. From Loughborough. His older brother Jack competed for Great Britain in both age group teams, triathlon and duathlon, while his sister-in-law Alison has also represented Great Britain in the para-triathlon. It's a silver medal today in a breakthrough performance. Congratulations to George Peasgood.
Well, saluting to the British support staff and fellow athletes. This Great Britain win.
A great race for third and fourth though, but it will be Daniel of Canada. Silver 5 years ago, it'll be a bronze today for him. From Calgary, 24 years of age. And in fourth with one of the great run splits of the day will be Chris Hammer of the United States. So close, but so much to take from this race. But look at Daniel, he is absolutely exhausted. He is spent.
Oh, what an incredible finish in that men's race. Agonisingly close for Chris Hammer. Finished fourth in Rio, fourth again 5 years later. But all eyes on the German. A class act, Martin Schultz.
And so we're about to go back to the front of the women's race. They'll have still a lap to go.
Well, Lauren Steadman is showing her class in the women's event. Grace Norman not really able to react to the run speed of Steadman. Norman closed 1 second on the previous second lap, but she still trails by 24 seconds. So Steadman is going to be getting those splits as she comes through. Before she heads out onto that final lap past the coaches, she'll be informed of the gap she's got, and she'll start to realise that this dream could soon become reality.
Yeah, coached by the great Robin Brew, and when she's not doing triathlon, she enjoys baking, spending time with family, and she has an uncle who has represented New Zealand as a triathlete. There you go.
Well, look how strong Steadman is looking at the moment. So focused, an incredibly driven athlete. Competed the Paralympic Games in 2008 and 2012 as a swimmer. Grace Norman, the defending champion, just getting the split there. She's dropped another couple of seconds, 26 seconds with just over a K to go.
as we see Cordeiro of Brazil finishing. And he'll certainly take a lot out of that performance. 3 more years to maybe just make some adjustments and continue that improvement curve. As we see another one of the Americans there just having been lapped in the run.
Steadman is in such control. She had a bit of a gap between the two Paralympics.
As we go back and look at the performance there of Schulz. Talk about it though so often, how important the running is in the sport these days. Two-time Paralympic champion. And the second of the Brazilians, Viana, coming down, and then Bryant of Australia. So well done for the Australian athlete. Tough day for all of them in some very trying conditions, but enjoying their moment on the blue carpet. And then it will be Ruiz Lopez of Spain coming down and finishing in 8th place. And the fast-finishing Austrian Martzinger, 6th at the World Champs in 2019. So we can tell you that that gap in the women's race between Lauren Steadman and Grace Norman. Steadman came through that third lap 59.45, and then we saw Norman come through in 1 hour and 11 seconds. So it's around about 26 seconds the lead. And then it is Claire Cashmore of Great Britain who came through in a time of 1 hour, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So it's Britain first and third on the road at the moment in the women's race as we just look back and reflect on the men's. Outstanding performance from Peasgood.
Such camaraderie between all the athletes, irrelevant of the nation they're representing.
46-year-old Frenchman, fantastic for Borso. We see Cashmore there on the side, the third athlete on the course. On the women's side is Daniel of Canada. Adds a bronze medal to the silver he won 5 years ago.
Well, here, Lauren Steadman now will have her eyes set on that gold medal. She had such a strong domination in the sport. After winning the silver in Rio, she was then world champion 3 times in a row, but dropped back down into silver medal position at the last World Championships back in 2019. And maybe that was the adrenaline, the extra little push she needed to get her training back. And she has worked so hard alongside her coach, Robin Brew. They've been based out in Lanzarote, so experiencing the heat that they were going to have out here. And now Lauren Steadman comes onto the blue carpet for the final time. She has not let up. Are we going to start to see that smile spread across her face? The last 2 years of hard work. And there's Robin Brew, just delighted for his athlete in the background, an Olympian himself. But right now, this is the moment for Lauren Steadman. She is about to upgrade the silver medalist from Rio 2016. 5 years later, she is converting that into the colour gold. Great Britain's Lauren Steadman, the new Paralympic champion in the women's PTS 5. The new gold medalist, gone one better than she managed at this event's debut 5 years ago. What a performance, what a timing, what a time to peak in your career. And we can just see in the distance now onto the blue carpet the sights of the American Grace Norman, absorbing every moment of this special occasion. She was a defending champion, but she's come in here to take the silver medal 5 years later. Grace Norman crosses the line and gives the new Paralympic champion Stedman a hug. These two have swapped positions 5 years later, but what a dominant force from these two women.
Oh, wonderful emotion, Stedman. Look, she's in tears, isn't she? Anguish becomes tears of joy. And Norman, and great to see too that Norman's fellow countrywoman, Kelly Elminger, who still has a lap to go on the run, or 2 laps to go on the run, was also encouraging, so happy to see her fellow countrywoman get herself on the podium. But look what it means to these athletes. It is just so emotional here at the finish line. It's hard as commentators not to sort of get a little bit of a tear in your eye. As we just look there, look at it. That's 5 years of hard work. That's 5 years of a dream through a lot of really tough sessions. I'd imagine she's had a lot of really bad days too, and probably really doubted herself like all athletes.
Well, Stedman competed under the coaching of Robin Brew as a swimmer in 2008 and 2012, just missing out on the medals. And then they worked together for that silver medal 5 years ago, and it's just been a wonderful trajectory to now be on top of the podium.
Well, the question is, will Great Britain pick up the bronze medal? Because Claire Cashmore in 3rd place, Camille Frenette of Canada in 4th. And then we've got Le Mousseau of France currently sitting in 5th. So still waiting for our bronze medalists as we just reflect on another historic day. Another incredible chapter being written in the history of triathlon.
Well, interestingly, Stedman and Cashmore were swimmers at the same school, Mount Kelly, that was Kelly College. And the wonderful setup that Archie Brew developed ahead of his son, Robin Brew, and they both coached Lauren and Claire. And it's Claire Cashmore now in her debut performance at the para-triathlon. Was a swimmer, won a gold in Rio as a swimmer, and she's now going to add the bronze medal to her Paralympic collection. The new bronze medalist in para-triathlon, Claire Cashmore. What a strong performance from Great Britain. The gold and the bronze. The silver for Grace Norman of the USA. It was always going to be between these 3 athletes. They've all got World Championship titles, and now they've all got Paralympic medals to go with them.
And now a discussion, a chance to reflect what was good, what was bad. But for Stedman, well, nothing was bad. It's all good. Look at that smile. Look at that. Wow, great to see.
Well, Cashmore with some frustrations, something that went on the bike. You can see that frustration, but she'll let the medal sink in and will no doubt be able to celebrate her first para-triathlon Paralympic medal. She has 8 Paralympic medals now, makes that 9. But the first one in para-triathlon. She won her first gold in the 4x100 relay in Rio. And then transferred into triathlon. These 2 athletes, so Norman and Stedman, competed in the debut for the para-triathlon in Rio. And now they're joined on the podium by swimmer turned triathlete Claire Cashmore.
Just have a wee listen here to some of the emotion. Frenette of Canada will come in 4th place by the looks of it. It's a good performance from her. And Frenette, 25 years of age. She's a biology student out of Moncton in Canada, fluent in English and French. She competed in cross-country running at the University of Moncton in 2004, or from 2014 to 2018. These days resides in Halifax. Look how happy she is to finish 4th at her first Paralympics.
All the Canadian support staff, flags are out. The pride of competing in the Paralympic Games. What a great performance by Camille Frenette, coming home in 4th, and pure exhaustion. She gave absolutely everything to this event. And now just letting all that hard work pay off as she is tended to by the volunteers, are trying to bring the core body temperature back down, the extreme conditions out here for these women. And now we see Kelly Elmlinger. She witnessed her teammate Grace Norman come home to the silver. She even had the energy to give her a cheer. Great teamwork for the two athletes from the USA, two athletes from Great Britain as well. Strong performance, strong dominance from these two nations in the women's PTS 5 category, and Elmlinger enjoying the moment. A great support from Team USA. We saw wonderful performances earlier on in this event in the paratriathlon.
Yeah, Alyssa Kolpaki of the Ukraine, 24 years of age. And she is 24 years of age, an architecture student. Made her debut for Ukraine at the European Championships in Geneva, Switzerland back in 2015. And outside of this, she enjoys painting, meditation and photography. We're about to see another change in the overall leaderboard. Great to have representation from the Ukraine.
Four laps of this 1.25 kilometre course.
Yeah, Alyssa Kolpachki, she will be the next to finish though. So 1.25 kilometres a lap, which psychologically is really good for a lot of the athletes. They sort of quite like the whole lap thing. Don't feel like they're at points in no man's land where sometimes you get in a 10-kilometre race, sort of kilometres 6, 7, 8. Can feel a little bit lonely. Nice thing too is on the compact courses you get the crowds building, don't you? And therefore you're constantly getting that crowd noise. But this will be a really good top 5 finish for Alyssa Kolpachki of the Ukraine.
Well, just not able to hold off the late charge. Alyssa Kolpachki. A really strong finish to her run to complete her performance at these Paralympic Games, just overtaking, moving up into 5th place. As she makes these final few meters. Finished 6th 5 years ago in Rio and has gone one place further up the rankings. She comes home in 5th. On a very tough day here at Adaba Bay, the setting for the second day of the paratriathlon, the final event of the 8 medal events we're seeing in the paratriathlon here at Tokyo 2020.
So Levay of Hungary, another lap to go on the run. Certainly enjoying the occasion, enjoying the experience as we have a now look at Limusu of France, 32 years of age, coached by Nicolas Becker. She competed in para-swimming at a national level in France from age 16 to 22. Has also competed in para-cycling at a national level. She took up triathlon because she wanted a new challenge, so great performance from her. Gladys Limusu of France, our next finisher in 6th place.
You could just see these athletes are giving 100% to that line, timing it. As soon as they cross the line, the exhaustion just overwhelming. Oh, here we see Tani Mami. She has had to compete upper category, so she is a PTS 4 athlete. She's competing against 8 PTS 5 athletes, no PTS 4 for the women's category. There is for the men's. If you've heard of the PTS 4 here at the Paralympic Games, that will be why. So,
yeah, the lower the number, the higher or the severity of the impairment. So it is always hard for those athletes from a 4 to step up against the athletes that have a number 5 next to their name. But great to see Tani Mami.
And a great achievement to qualify. The same qualification, they don't get a slot within their category. So they have to actually earn that position against the PTS 5s. So to be on the start line is already an impressive effort from those 2 athletes. The other PTS 4 athlete, Kelly Elming, is still out on the run course at the moment as well.
And we've got Anna Bichkova, 36-year-old from RPC. Is the athlete you're seeing here. And she is 36 years of age. She lives in Stavropol. Husband Ruslan, daughter Alina, son Philippe. And she's a lawyer by occupation, so an all-round achiever. Made her debut 2011 for Russia at the World Championships in Beijing, China. And when she's not doing this, she enjoys skiing and she enjoys reading.
Well, here comes Elminger, the first of our 2 PTS 4 athletes. And the smile spreads across the face of the American. She completes her 4th and final lap. And look at the sheer joy, the fist pump, the elation. She'll look again to the wonderful support that the USA have given for every lap. We saw her teammate.
Well, she's got a daughter, Jaden, who I imagine would be incredibly proud of what Mum is doing here. Remarkable. Competed in triathlon since 2017. She said she had a very long and complicated medical history and went 5 years without the ability to run. So here she is, competing and completing the Paralympics, day 5 of Tokyo 2020. Some of the stories behind the scenes, simply remarkable, and it's hard at times not to sort of tear up, even in the commentary position, when you see these athletes cross the line and have an understanding of what they have endured and what they have gone through. So outstanding there from Kelly Elmlinger of the United States.
Well, she is certainly showing her gratefulness to the support from the Americans. They have been vocal here at the triathlon over the last couple of days. And
we did it, thank you. Shelly, Krista, we did it. Thank you.
And that's what we're talking about. Very, very emotional.
And a full team effort behind every one of these performances is an incredibly strong team. The coaching team, the performance team, both national and at home in their smaller training bases for some of these athletes. And then obviously friends and family who make it possible for these athletes to get to this very special moment in their career.
Anna Bichkova now coming down. She will finish in 8th place. So an athlete who certainly, when you look at her form and her build, has got huge potential in the sport. 3 years to Paris. Take all of the learning out of this particular event. Find out what your strengths, find out what your weaknesses are, gravitate towards your weaknesses. And how quickly the pecking order can change in 3 years from now. But really, really good performance from Anna Bichkova.
A moment to reflect on the years of hard work that have gone into this moment.
Well, the one common denominator is that the face of anguish has been replaced by a smile, and then smile tends to turn into tears of emotion.
It really does. It still smiles, though, for Bichkova at the moment, but it does seem as though that white line has some magical power, that grimace turns to elation as Leve comes down the finishing straight onto that blue carpet. Yes. 10 years after being a Paralympic swimmer, she had a break from the sport, and it was actually her children who said, "Mum, we liked it when you were an athlete, why don't you get back into the sport? And she picked up para-triathlon in 2014 and has progressed through the sport since then.
Must be very level-headed, because I tell you what, if I was an athlete, I don't think my kids would enjoy me. I would think I'd be grumpy too often. So got a wonderful personality, a great nature. Petra Levy of Hungary, 36 years of age. Great quote: "I dared to take a big step and move back into the world of swimming and sport again. But I put myself to the test in a new sport, para-triathlon. Congratulations to you." 9th place. And our athlete out on the course, Tani of Japan, getting the applause, getting the recognition from her home crowd, home nation, being just wonderful, wonderful hosts here for the Paralympics. And I do encourage people watching this, post the COVID era, the borders do open up. Come to Japan, come for a holiday. Go and have a look at the remarkable, beautiful countryside. The cities are so progressive, so much going on. And this 39-year-old is just a metaphor for everything that is great about this country. She represented Japan in para-athletics and competed in long jump at the Paralympic Games in 2004, 2008. And she took up the sport in 2011. Her philosophy: God will not give you trials that you cannot bear. Isn't that true?
Well, here we're seeing the smile materialize before that finishing line. She is going to make sure she absorbs every single moment of this special experience, competing at a home Paralympic Games. Tani Mami just meters away from becoming a finisher at the Paralympic triathlon event, showing her appreciation to the support of the local volunteers, the event organisers, her team around her, who no doubt be out here supporting. Special moment for every single one of these athletes as they cross that line.
So that will bring the women's race to a close on another special day. Another chapter written in para-triathlon, another chapter written in the sport of triathlon. We'll have the medal ceremonies shortly for the women's PTWC, the men's PTWC, and then the podium medal presentations for the events you've just watched, the women's PTS5 and the men's PTS5. Really, really special moments coming up for a host of nations, such as the depth of the sport internationally. The venue, well, simply stunning. Downtown Tokyo. As we just confirmed the results there, Martin Schulz defends his Paralympic title that he won 5 years ago in a time of 58.10. George Peasgood, well, Great Britain will get a silver medal, and Stefan Daniel, silver 5 years ago. It's bronze today. Stunning run from Chris Hammer. And Cordeiro of Brazil rounding out our top 5.
Well, there's the confirmation of the new Paralympic champion for the women's PTS5, Lauren Steadman of Great Britain. Grace Norman, the defending champion, now the silver medalist in 2020, and making it 2 on the podium for Great Britain. Claire Cashmore coming home with the bronze.
Well, very shortly we will bring you a montage looking back on what has been a remarkable day, and then those medal ceremonies. Odaiba Marine Park is the venue. The temperature, well, mercury is rising, getting close to 30 degrees.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't go away. The victory ceremony will commence shortly. まもなく表彰式を開催いたします。皆様もうしばらくお待ちになってください。
You join us just ahead of the women's PTWC victory ceremony. The officials just preparing in the background for medal ceremonies to bring you from the 4 exciting races we've had here in the Adaban Bay Marine Park on day 5 of the Paralympic Games.
Turn around, but I can hear him saying it now. Little late, but I'm here saying congratulations. To the face in the mirror saying congratulations. I'ma take the world into a celebration. You don't wanna say it to me, I'ma say it to myself.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Triathlon Women's PTWC. 皆様、ただいまよりトライアスロン女子 PTWC の表彰式を行います。
Spain, Australia and USA represented on the podium for this women's PTWC race. And this has to be one of the most exciting finishes that para-triathlon has ever seen. It came down to a photo finish between Lauren Parker of Australia and Kendall Gretsch, the USA. It doesn't get closer than that when it comes to triathlon and para-triathlon.
The medals will be presented by メダルの贈呈は Miss Marisol Casado, President of the World Triathlon.
Marisol Casado is the only woman to be a president of an international federation in the summer sports.
President of Japan Triathlon Union.
She's joined here by Iwaki Mitsuhide when it comes to presenting the medals and the mascots and flowers.
Representing Spain, 銅メダリスト、スペイン、Eva Maria Moral-Pedrero.
Eva Maria Moral-Pedrero. 2 World Championship bronze medals. She now adds the Paralympic bronze medal to her collection. We saw the raw emotion on the finish line. A complete team effort as she points to the support of the Spanish team. What a journey it has been for this para-triathlete. Eva Maria Moral-Pedrero,
representing Australia,
bronze medalist.
銀メダリスト、オーストラリア、Lauren Parker.
What a race this was. Lauren Parker led for so much of the competition until the final second, in fact. An incredible swim, very strong hand cycle, but it was the wheelchair race at the end. She was just pipped to the post. But at her debut performance at a Paralympic Games to win the silver, a very proud moment for Australia, Lauren Parker.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing the United States of America. 金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン、アメリカ合衆国、Kendall Gretsch.
Well, Kendall Gretsch only led for a fraction of a second throughout the whole day, throughout the whole event, but it was at the point when it counted, just grabbing the gold medal in the nick of time with a absolutely nail-biting, exciting sprint finish. A new Paralympic champion, Kendall Gretsch.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America. 皆様、アメリカ合衆国国歌の演奏です。Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists. 皆様、パラリンピックメダリストです。
Well, this is a race that will go down in Paralympic history, in para-triathlon and beyond. Such a close margin between the gold and the silver. Kendall Gretsch and Lauren Parker. Great rivalry. And a wonderful performance for the bronze by Eva Maria Morel-Pedero. Kendall Gretsch, now a Paralympic champion in the Winter Games and the Summer Games. She won 2 golds in Pyeongchang in the biathlon and the cross-country skiing just 3 years ago. And now she's on top of the podium in the para-triathlon at these Tokyo Paralympic Games.
When I was 6 years old, I broke my leg. And I was running from my brother and his friends, and tasted the sweet perfume of the mountain grass I rolled down. I was younger then. Take me back to when I found my heart, broke it here, made friends and lost them through the years. And I've not seen the boring fields in so long. 15 years old, smoking and rolled cigarettes. Running from the law through the backfields and getting drunk with my friends. Had my first kiss on a Friday night. I don't reckon that I did it right, but I was younger then. Take me back to when we found weekend jobs, and when we got paid, we'd buy cheap spirits and drink them straight. Me and my friends have not thrown up in so long. Oh, how we've grown. But I can't wait to go home. I'm on my way, driving at 90 down those country lanes, singing to Tiny Dancer, and I miss the way you make me feel. It's real when we watch the sunset over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. One friend left to sell clothes, one works down by the coast, one had 2 kids but lives alone, one's brother overdosed, one's already on his second wife, one's just barely getting by, but these people raise me and I can't wait to go home, and I'm on my way. I still remember these old country lanes when we did.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Triathlon Men's PTWC. 皆様、ただいまよりトライアスロン男子 PTWC の表彰式を行います。
Special moment now for the Netherlands, Austria and Italy. The medal ceremony for the men's PTWC staged earlier this morning here in
Please
Odaiba
welcome the
Marine Park.
medalists. メダリストをお迎えください。
See our 3 medalists coming out. Giovanni Accenza of Italy, Florian Brungraber of Austria, and Jets Plaat of the Netherlands.
The medals will be presented by メダルの贈呈は Miss Rita Van Driel, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee, 国際パラリンピック委員会理事 Accompanied by 続きまして Mr. Kimiya Nakai, Vice President of Japan Triathlon Union, 日本トライアスロン連合副会長 Bronze medalist, representing Italy, 銅メダリスト、イタリア、Giovanni Accenza.
Well, he won bronze medal 5 years ago in Rio, and he backs it up 5 years later, a bronze medal for the 50-year-old from Italy, Giovanni Accenza.
Silver medalist, representing Austria, 銀メダリスト、オーストリア、 Florian Brumgraber.
And silver medal, a breakthrough performance for Florian Brumgraber. His best result coming in was third at the European Championships. What a moment for him to get a silver medal on the biggest stage of the sport of triathlon, para-triathlon. "36 years of age."
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing the Netherlands. 金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン、オランダ、Jens Plaat.
And he won the gold medal in 2016. 5 years later, he backs it up. Double Paralympic champion now. Jens Plaat of the Netherlands in a dominant display. A simply remarkable athlete. 3-time world champion. 30 years of age. What a moment for him. It's one thing winning, it's another thing defending. Set such a high standard, and now the national anthem of his country will ring out around Odaiba
Ladies and
Marine
gentlemen,
Park.
The national anthem of the Netherlands. 皆様、オランダ国歌の演奏です。Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists. 皆様、パラリンピックメダリストです。
Jens Plaat, the gold medal. Florian Brumgraber of Austria, the silver. Giovanni Akenza, the bronze. They etched their names into the history books. Tokyo 2020. Wonderful camaraderie being shown. Great respect being shown by the people of Japan, the host nation. Wonderful hosts. So, Jens Plaat, back-to-back Paralympic champion.
It was the wicked and wild wind blew down the doors to let me in. Shattered windows and the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string. Oh, who would ever wanna be king? I hear Jerusalem bells ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Mirror, mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never an honest word, but that was when I ruled the world. Hear Jerusalem bells ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Mirror, mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never an honest word, but that was when I ruled the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Triathlon Women's PTS5。皆様、ただいまよりトライアスロン女子 PTS5 の表彰式を行います。
Another incredible race.
Please welcome the medalists.
A wonderful
Medalists
display
をお迎えください。
of pure athletic performance by these three women as they battled it over the 750-meter swim, the 20k bike, and the 5k run. We saw numerous lead changes, but it was the duo of Great Britain and Norman of USA who had this race in control. Lauren Steadman just showed the dominance.
The medals will be presented by メダルの贈呈は Mr. Yasushi Yamawaki, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee 国際パラリンピック委員会理事 Accompanied by 続きまして Mr. Miguel Sagara, Member of the Paralympic Order パラリンピックオーダー受賞者 Bronze Medalist representing Great Britain 銅メダリスト英国 Claire Cashmore.
Well, her debut performance at a triathlon Paralympics. Claire Cashmore wins the bronze medal, her 5th Paralympic Games. And what a touching moment there. Teammate and friend Lauren Steadman stepping forwards to present Claire with her bronze medal. Claire Cashmore won the gold in swimming in Rio. She has completed the Paralympic Games since 2008 Beijing, but this is the first time in triathlon, making that debut with winning a bronze medal. Very special moment indeed.
Representing the United States of America, 銀メダリスト、アメリカ合衆国、Grace Norman.
Gold medalist 5 years ago. Now the silver medalist, Grace Norman, representing USA. World champion back in 2016 and 2017. The bronze medalist at the World Champs behind this woman, Claire Cashmore, in 2019. And she's gone one better now with the silver medal here at the Paralympic Games. She's finished her studies as a nurse, graduating last year, returning her focus to her triathlon training ahead of these Paralympic Games.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Great Britain. 金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン、英国、Lauren Studman.
What a patient performance. An incredible build-up over the last 5 years for Lauren Steadman, the new Paralympic champion. She's been a world champion 3 times. She now has the gold medal she's been after. The silver 5 years ago has now become a gold. Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games on the podium with her teammate Claire Cashmore. And Grace Norman, the silver. These 3 dominate the women's PT S5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain. 皆様、英国国歌の演奏です。Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists. 皆様、パラリンピックメダリストです。
Well, there's going to be one very proud coach. Robin Brew still coaches Lauren Steadman, coached her to this gold medal. He also coached Claire Cashmore, and both of these athletes were swimmers at Mount Kelly, a swimming specialist school down in Devon in the UK. They're sharing this special moment with Grace Norman. Only the second time the triathlon has been held at the Paralympic Games. And Lauren Steadman and Grace Norman have been on those top 2 steps on both occasions, this time joined by Great Britain's Claire Cashmore. Special day for Great Britain and the USA.
falling to the ground. Taxi driver, sun is rising, down the sirens keep on driving, flashing light. Oh, what a night! I missed your bed, I lost my head, and it's sunny. Where's the running for the roof? The hour last, I'm barefoot naked. Don't you let me go. To your place, please, please, we run away, we run away, we run away. Somehow, pull me close, close, close. We're losing time, time, time. We're losing time, time, time. I'm falling to the ground. We are young, we're one. Let us shine for what it's worth. To your place, please, please, we run away, we run away, we run away. It's now or never, it's now or never. It's now or never, it's now or never. Hold me close, we're losing time. Hold me close, we're falling to the ground.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Triathlon Men's PTS5。皆様、ただいまよりトライアスロン男子 PTS5 の表彰式を行います。
Medal ceremony now for the men's PTS5. The venue, the Adaima Marine Park. It's the sport of triathlon. A really special moment now for Germany, Great Britain and
メダリス
Canada
トをお迎えください。
as we see the athletes making their way to the podium. Stefan Daniel, George Peasgood and Martin Schulz.
The medals will be presented by メダルの贈呈は Dr. Deborah Alexander, Governing Board Member of the International Paralympic Committee, 国際パラリンピック委員会理事 Accompanied by 続きまして Mr. Mitsuhide Iwaki, President of Japan Triathlon Union, 日本トライアスロン連合会長 Bronze medalist, representing Canada, 銅メダリスト、カナダ、Stefan Daniel.
Stefan Daniel of Canada, a silver 5 years ago in Rio. Came so close to repeating that effort, but incredibly proud of his achievement. A bronze medal today for the 24-year-old. Great camaraderie. His medal being presented by our Paralympic champion, Martin Schulz.
Silver medalist, representing Great Britain, 銀メダリスト、英国、George Peasgood.
Well, George Peasgood, he was 7th 5 years ago. A breakthrough performance for him. A silver medal today for the 25-year-old from Loughborough.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Germany, 金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオン、ドイツ、Martin Schulz.
So Martin Schulz of Germany adds his second Paralympic gold medal to his impressive resume to go alongside the 3 World Championships he's won. Just 31 years of age. Following in the footsteps of so many great German athletes that have gone before him. It's one thing winning, it's another thing defending.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Germany. 皆様、ドイツ国歌の演奏です。
Martin Scholes, back-to-back
Ladies
Paralympic
and gentlemen,
champion.
the Paralympic medalists. 皆様、
Joined on the podium
パラリンピックメダリストです。
by George Peasgood of Great Britain and Stephen Daniel of Canada. They too etched their name in the history books. They add another chapter in the long, illustrious history of the sport of triathlon and para-triathlon. So what has been a remarkable day for the sport of triathlon, for para-triathlon, day 5 of Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. The backdrop, the city of Tokyo, one of the most progressive cities in the world. Odaiba Marine Park, the venue. Three years now until we do it all again in Paris.
And that concludes the triathlon competition for Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Thank you for your participation and your support. Please take care when exiting from Odaiba Marine Park. And remember, our venue staff are here to help you should you require any assistance. 以上をもちまして東京2020パラトラスロン競技最終日は終了となります。ご来場いただきありがとうございます。
Remarkable scenes It's just been simply a stunning 2 days for the sport of triathlon. Athletes with remarkable backstories having to overcome some of the greatest challenges in life, but through sport